Today. For sure.
Yeah.
So I want you to, we're trying to find a way to stay COVID protocol friendly, but still meet people, you know? You don't want to come to a conference. It's been so long since we've seen as many people like
Yeah.
this,
Yeah.
and we want to get to mingle, but then there's COVID. So what do we do? Gach, what do we do?
Social distance. We need to
Uh-huh.
observe the protocols.
Yeah.
But still maybe get to acknowledge one or two people who are here today. So why don't you walk to somebody, give them a fist bump, acknowledge them without,
leg, you can
a
touch
leg,
them,
just
a
something.
leg.
Tell them I see you.
Yeah. Tell them, hey, uko fresh, uko fresh. You
You
can
know.
tell them something you like about their outfit, their hair.
Yes.
Tafuta tu kitu. Make someone's morning, you know? Gach, I like the way you're dressed.
Thank you. I also like
Asanti.
hii swag iko sawa.
Iko sawa?
It's good for the cold season.
Ni kujaribu tu.
Uko sawa, sikujaribu. Yeah, get to know their name,
Yeah.
where they're coming from. I can see a Park University bus over there.
Just say hi. There are some people, their hands are in their pockets.
Yes.
Give someone an elbow, ask them their name, where they came from, why they're here.
Hey, some people are like,
Yeah,
it's not
they
my
don't want
thing.
to talk.
Yeah, I don't talk too much.
Tunawaona. You know, we are standing here at the top. We can't see you.
Amazing.
Give someone an elbow. I'm seeing you. Awesome. Have you gotten to meet someone? By the way, guys, imagine with COVID, you can still talk. Talking is not banned. Talking, responding, that one you can do. Have you met someone? Yes.
Excellent.
Did you find something you like about them? In their outfit? Maybe nywele yake inakaa poa. Maybe ako na macho smart, because you can't see the
You
rest
can't
of
see
the face.
Jojo, somebody was telling me the other day, mtu ni mudomo. So, you might not be able to know who you're talking to, but at least the eyes can communicate.
You can see.
Yes.
Yeah. Pengine glasses zake ni poa. You have to find a way to make people's days. So welcome. Just a few housekeeping items. If you need to use the bathroom, it's on my right, which is your left, I'm assuming. You will go down that path. You will see an orange block that has signs that are marked out in female and male. So go to the appropriate one. But in nowadays, kuna
Yes.
watu wako they.
They.
They are neither she,
He, she, they.
not he.
Yes.
They are they.
Absolutely.
Where do they go?
They will remain in the tent. We will address them as we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
We will pray for gender revelation. Yeah, but there's gents, there's ladies. Please feel free to use them whenever you need to. We'll also have a break, which might be brunch, yani breakfast na lunch. Kama unaonanga Instagram watu wakienda brunch leo, today is your day. Brunch.
#brunchke.
Uweke #brunching. There's a tent at the far end of the field. You'll see it. That's where we'll be going when we go for break. Okay? Do you have anything else?
Right, and I think as you came in, you are given a meal voucher. Were you given a certain voucher? Anybody who doesn't have? So that's the voucher you're going to use during the day to access the brunch tent, which will be on our extreme left, on that very corner, the other corner from the toilet blocks. So please make sure if you don't have that, you pick it at the registration desk, because you'll need that to access your meal. Apart from that, we'll request you that please have your mask on at all time. Mask iko hapa. Again, we want to be very cognizant of the times you're in and the COVID protocol. So please, if you can, have your mask, not if you can, please have your mask hoisted hapa juu ya mapua throughout the sessions, right? So as you interact, as you talk to guys, just make sure that is happening. And also, we have enough sanitizing points and a station to wash your hands. So in case you feel you've touched a seat here or there, or you have exposed yourself to a germ here or there, please go to a sanitizing station and make sure you do the necessary.
I think what Gach is saying is hoisting inamaanisha above your nose.
Kama flag.
Not under your chin, not
Yes.
on your neck, not covering your mouth. It will be a time of illumination that our minds will be open to hear and to learn new things, that we will unlearn things that are not helpful and learn new helpful information. I pray for every speaker that will be coming here, Lord, that by your Spirit they will say what you want to tell us today. That every single thing we share here will give you glory, and that at the end of the day, we will be a people who are ready to go out and make the change that you want to see in this nation and in this city and in our communities. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. So, Jojo, just very quickly. I know you saw the call, you saw a poster, and you registered, and maybe you're wondering, what is Emerge Summit all about? And so for us, we're saying we need to call out the leader within each and every one of us. And for us, we're saying we don't want you to, by the way, you may have your seats. You may have your seats. And so we're saying we do not want, there's something called a bystander effect. Have you ever seen things happening in your community and your society, and sometimes you feel so helpless, Jojo, and you feel, I don't have any role to play. I don't even have the resources or the capability to be able to address these things. But we're here to say we are calling out that leader to emerge from within yourself. That as you sit there and as you interact with your everyday life, you actually have a voice and a role to play. And so we've got to be talking today about leading yourself. So how can you shepherd yourself and the potential that you have within you to be able to just lead your community, your family, and just people around you? How can you also now participate in leadership in even a country level and even a community level? And so today we are going to be diving deep and really calling you out and saying, there's a leader within you and we need that to come out. And so today is a challenge to you guys to emerge and come out and begin to lead in whatever space you're in.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, we are living in precarious times.
Yes.
I had to use that.
Unprecedented.
What?
Unprecedented.
Imekata.
Use other big words.
I'll go with
after the break. You
precarious. Nita Google, yes. But I'll come back with words. But we're living in very, very interesting times where many things are happening and it seems like it's out of our control, right? We just see prices increasing. Mafuta inapanda, mkate inapanda, gas inapanda, bei ya kila kitu inapanda. And then we ask ourselves, are we just going to sit and complain? Are we going to be Kenyans on Twitter who we talk with our thumbs, but when we sit in open spaces where we're being asked to say something, we're quiet, Are we going to look at our society going, I was going to say to the dogs, that's the phrase they use, where it's going bad and it keeps getting worse, right. Are we going to say something or are we just going to watch it burn? And I think I was watching some videos on Twitter of South Africa.
Yeah.
It's literally burning.
Absolutely.
Right? And it's because it got so bad that the people decided, kwani iko nini?
Yes.
Wacha tuingie pale kwa supermarket nichukue TV.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And so we do not want to see our nation get there. And even as we have this conversation, it's a reality that we're already living in.
Absolutely.
So I'll invite you to engage fully in this conversation. And we're going to have our first session. Gach, would you like to have the honor of introducing our speaker?
Absolutely. So the first session, we have an amazing gentleman. And by the way, as we continue with the summit, please feel free to interact with us on our socials. So we'll be trending using the hashtags Emerge Summit and Lead Now. So if you're on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, Emerge Summit and Lead Now. And also you could tag us on our social media handles, that's at Inuka Leadership, at TC Ruiru, and for myself and Joanne, you can find us at Joanne W. Kubai and at Joe Gashira. So let's get interactive and let's share as we go. So to take us through the first session, he's an amazing gentleman who I've had the privilege to know for many years. And this guy is passionate about leadership and young people coming out and leading in whatever spaces they are in. And this is none other than Pete Karaoke. He's an author, he's a leadership trainer, he's a social entrepreneur, and a program developer with over 6 years experience in running innovative leadership programs. He has conducted leadership development sessions for hundreds of leaders, ranging from first-time managers to C-suite level executives. Pete is a founder or co-founder at Inuka Leadership Africa, and is a frequent speaker at global conferences, high schools, universities, churches, and really many spaces in the country. He's an associate fellow at the Royal Commonwealth Society. And a fun fact about him. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Are you ready for this?
We are ready.
Pete's other serious role includes being an Instagram husband. Husbando.
What does that mean?
He will tell us. I'm not quite sure. So what is an Instagram?
Pete, your first task.
I don't know. Yeah.
is to tell us what an Instagram husband is.
Yeah, but what I know is that that includes constantly taking a lot of pictures with his wife and posting on Instagram. But it's
Okay.
going to shed more light on that. So ladies and gentlemen, help us welcome to stage Mr. Pete Karaoke. You can do better than that. Karibu sana.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Are you excited to be here? Are you excited to be here? Please put a thumbs up if you're glad to be here this morning to learn more about leadership. So I'll tell you what an Instagram husband is shortly. All right? Please remind me somewhere in the middle of my presentation to tell you what that means. But my name is Peter Karaoke. I'm a father of two amazing boys that I love very much. I got married young, and I got married before I graduated from university. And so I had made up my mind to lead everywhere. You know, when you make up your mind to lead, you lead everywhere, including other things that people have decided not now. Yeah. So I didn't come alone. I have some of my colleagues here. There's a gentleman called Ryan who is helping us with the screens. There's Charity, who I also work with. Charity, you can just wave. Charity is one of us, and we work together. All right? So, Emerge Young Leaders Summit. Emerge Young Leaders Summit. Why are we doing this, and why is this important? Allow me to share a few things that hopefully will sow seeds of hope and seeds of understanding and seeds of getting to know why we do what we do. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this. We have a leadership problem in our country. We do. We not only have a leadership problem in our country, we have a leadership problem in our continent. All right? We not only have a leadership problem in our continent, we have a leadership problem in some of the companies that some of you work for or will end up working for. And so the whole purpose of Emerge and even the work that we do at Inuka is to make sure that we are filling these spaces with leaders. All right? And today, I want to talk about the very first step of what leadership is all about. Is the screen on? The very first step of what leadership is all about. Step number one is called leading self. That is where leadership starts. And this is what I'll be looking at this morning for the next few minutes that we have. What does it mean to lead yourself? How many of you have ever been in a space where you find it hard to call yourself for a meeting? You find it very hard. All right? You're like, put me in a room full of people, I'll be able to lead them. Tell me to lead a function in an organization, I'll lead. Tell me to do something in the university or at work, I'll do it. But do not tell me to lead myself, because I cannot face myself. And today I want to challenge certain assumptions about leadership and leading yourself, because that's where it starts. This is where it starts, all right? So leading self is actively developing a confident sense of who you are, taking ownership of what you do, and being intentional about where you are going. That is a simple definition of leading yourself. Leader, lead thyself. It's actively developing a confident sense of who you are. So you have to develop who you are, a confident sense of who you are. You take ownership of what you do. So there's no bystander effect, like Joe was saying. You're not pointing fingers. You're not shifting blame. But you have decided to take ownership of what you do, where you are. You take complete ownership. And lastly, you are intentional about where you're going. That is a simple definition of self-leadership or leading yourself. All right? So I want to give you a 3-part strategy that will help you enhance the ability to lead yourself. How do you constantly face yourself? They say that if you have mastered yourself, it becomes easy to master other things. For those of you who are watching things online this week, you saw Virgin Galactic sending their first non-astronauts to space. All right? And they have made it possible right now for people like you and me, if you can afford $250,000 to get a seat, to go on to, how much is that in Kenya shillings? 25 million shillings can get you a seat. Half an acre, yeah? 25 million shillings can get you a seat on Virgin Galactic, and you can explore space for a few minutes, see the earth below, and come back. Human beings have gone to extreme lengths to master the world outside them. They have gone to extreme lengths to master the world below them. So we have drilled stuff, we have drilled oil, we have learned how to split the atom, nuclear fission. We've been able to know how to generate energy from atoms. We have sent men to the space. We have sent rovers to Mars. We have done all these things. But ladies and gentlemen, there's one place we must conquer: ourselves. We have to have the ability to lead ourselves. They say that in Africa or in Kenya, we have weak institutions and weak systems. And so the difference a good leader makes is day and light. Because of the weak systems, because of weak institutions, great leaders are needed. So here are 3 strategies for enhancing self-leadership. Number 1, make it easy. Make it? All right? So are you able to see that? Make it easy. And I told you today I'm going to challenge assumptions, because I feel like sometimes we have been made to think that this leadership thing is so hard. It's so hard. And there's a discussion between, are leaders made or born? They are made. They are also born. And we've made it look like it's this. Manze, you cannot lead unless you go to Harvard. All right? You cannot lead until you attain a certain position in life. That's when you can lead. And unfortunately, our society has made us believe that. Have you ever been in meetings where the meetings we hold in our country right now is we move from the youngest to the oldest in terms of opinions? Have you seen that? Or we move from the least position-wise to the highest position-wise. And we defer leadership, solutions, innovation to the one who is the most experienced in the room, or the one who is the one who's holding the highest position in the room. Is it just in my meetings, Amma, do you experience that? It happens, Cindy. You're in a room and probably the boss walks in, or the leader or Ramsey walks in, and you probably have the most brilliant idea, but it has to be deflected to the most senior in the room. So make self-leadership easy. I want to give you tools that will help you and make you excited about leading yourself. Where you wake up in the morning and you say, man, I have the biggest responsibility on earth, and I love it, and it's called leading myself. That's what I don't want you to look at it like a struggle. Man, me again. It's me again. I can't call myself to a meeting. I can't get myself out of bed. I can't get myself to be disciplined. I can't get myself to invest. I can't get myself to lead. I'm just done. So I want to help us lead ourselves. So make it easy. Listen to this. It's easy to get bogged down trying to find the optimal plan for something. Example, fastest way to lose weight. Have you ever been in that space? Anyone who's tried that out this year, lift up your hand. We won't judge you. Lift up your hand. Fastest way to lose weight. We see those hands there. Anyone else? Fastest way. So you're looking for a quick fix. Cindy, all right? Look at the other thing. Best way to gain muscles. That's supposed to be gain muscles. Men, where are you? Where are you? How many of you have gone to the gym intentionally to gain muscles? Jojo is lifting up her hands. All right? We've all done that. Okay? We are waiting for this perfect moment, perfect idea, perfect time. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for a line of best fit where everything will align, my stars will align, and I will make a move. That is called stressing yourself. Are we together? I'm helping you to make this thing easy because it is easy. I want to remove the complexities of leading yourself so that you can wake up every day and say, man, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3, and I'm stepping into it. All right? Most times we are focused on figuring out the best approach that we never get around to taking action. We take time to study. You study how to lose weight. 67 steps of how to lose weight. The scientific study behind how to lose weight. The best gym in town on how to lose weight. We take time. But that is called motion. There's something called action. Action, you start. You do it. You start walking. You start doing it. It's as easy as that. So that's the first part I want to throw to you. Leading yourself is not rocket science. It's easy. All right? Here is a study that was done. How many photographers do we have in the house? Photographers, guys, I'm seeing your hands. Thank you. Here is a study that was done by a psychologist. He took 2 groups of photographers. It was a photography class. And he divided them into 2. On one side, he told them, listen, guys, I will grade you on the number of pictures you take. The more you take, the better your grades. Quantity. He was measuring quantity. And then the second group, he said, I will grade you based on a one single shot that has to be perfect. So that is how I'll grade these 2 groups. All right? One was on quantity. One was on quality. All right? And they were tasked to go and do what they needed to do. All right? And interestingly enough, the outcome, guess where the best picture came from? Any guess? Any guess? The best picture came from the guys who took 100 pictures, as opposed to the group that was told to take one single excellent shot. Self-leadership is not one single excellent hit. It's a journey of repetition. It's a journey of trying. It's a journey of iteration. It's a journey of doing it again. And the reason why the guys who took many shots were able to get the perfect shot is because by the time they are taking the 100th picture, they have figured out the best lighting. They have figured out the best position. They have figured out focus. They have figured out details. They have experimented. They have tried. They have done all these things. The other guys who were asked to take one perfect picture ended up having something called paralysis by analysis. They studied the environment. They were like, what do we do? Ay, manze, Aki, this is hit or miss. If we don't get it, we've not gotten it. And they ended up getting the worst picture because their motivation was perfection as opposed to make it easy, iterate. I'm talking to leaders today. Your leadership journey is not a one-hit wonder. Your self-leadership will require iteration. You practice public speaking day 1, it's not working. You don't stop there. You go back again, it's not working. You go and watch TED Talks, you learn something. You try a skill there, Toastmasters, you learn 1, 2, 3 things. You learn this. You don't land on earth like Mr. Bean knowing how to do things. No one does that. All right? So I'm encouraging you, those of you who are feeling that, man, this journey is long and it's tiring. No, it's the best journey for you. All right? It's the best journey for you. They say when it comes to melting ice, ice melts at a certain degree temperature. All right? When it converts from solid to liquid, it's at a certain temperature. But the heat has been stored all along. So we cannot say that one degree is what melts the ice. It's the temperature that has been building, stored energy that at the right time or at a certain degree, it moves from solid to liquid. Okay? So don't demean what you're doing. Are we together? Can you promise me not to do that? You're in university, you're at work. Please don't. Build what you're building right now. Do what you need to do right now. Take that step. I began taking walks a few days ago, okay? Because I had started studying. Manze, gym ni expensive. Sijui nini. I want to remain fit and healthy. Then I read an article that said how walking is one of the most strategic things you can do for yourself, and it's free and easy. I eliminated the obstacle. Eliminate the obstacles. I started walking. What do I need to walk? I need myself. Sindio, do I need a truck? Whatever. Do I need equipment? I just started walking and walking. And the more I walk, my ideas were becoming clearer. I had time to think. I had time to listen to podcasts. I had time to process through things. Make it easy. It's not rocket science. All right? Number 2. Make it visible. Make it visible. I want you guys to fall in love with developing yourself. Okay? I want you to learn that, by the way, becoming better and growing yourself is actually sexy. Did I say that in church? Yeah? I want you to fall in love with making yourself better. Because the world that we live in right now, our country, Kenya, requires an improved version of yourself. Are we together? So, make it visible. Design your environment for success. Design it for success. You want to improve yourself? You want to lead yourself? Design your environment for success. Example. I'll give you practical tools. You want to become better at reading. How do you make it visible? Carry a book everywhere. Carry a book. Let it be in your bag. Let the book be in your bag every time, so that anywhere you go, you're in the matatu, you open your bag to get money, there's a book there. You can pull it out to read it. Are we together? So you make it visible. You want to write. You want to be an author and to write and to start writing and penning down your notes. Carry a notebook everywhere. Make it visible. Okay? Make it visible. There's a verse in the Bible that says, write down the vision. Make it visible. Make it plain. Habakkuk 2:2. All right? So make it visible. Make what you want to grow into visible, so that it becomes easy for you to do it. Listen to this. Supermarkets have what you call eye level. You've seen this? Eye level? What are they called? Zinaitwaje hizo? Shelves. Shelves. Supermarkets have what you call the eye level shelves. And people retailers actually fight for that level, because it's visible to you. As you're taking your walks in the supermarket, you're actually seeing products on that level better. And chances of you buying them are higher. So you want to become a better leader in a certain area, make that thing visible everywhere. Are we together? When was the last time, let me ask this question. When was the last time you went to a supermarket and you were looking for things down there? When was the last time? But there are products down there, Cindy. When was the last time? Unless it's something that you really need, but ilirusha uko chini. So make self-development visible. Okay? Unfortunately, good leadership stories are not at this level in our country. We don't see success stories and good leadership stories. We don't see it at eye level. The news is full of primetime news, or breaking news is something negative. We have normalized corruption. We have normalized bad leaders. We actually promote them. We actually give them another opportunity. And the reason why Emerge exists and the reason why Inuka exists is so that we bring leaders like you to eye level, where people can walk and see, aya, Kamau ndio huyu. Wangui ndio huyu. Richard ndio huyu. They are doing things at work. They are doing things at school. They are doing things in the different places. That is what we want to see, eye level. The other concept they use in supermarkets is called end of the rack. End of the aisle rack. Okay? Let me show that to you. This is a picture I took of Carrefour. I didn't take, it was online. Of Carrefour. Okay? This is eye level. This is called end of the aisle rack. Do you know what they put here? Do you know what they put here? Promotional stuff. This is why you find yourself here most of the time. Buy one, get one free. True or false? True or false? Actually, Coca-Cola makes 45% of their sales through end of aisle rack. 45% of Coca-Cola's sale is made through this corner here. All right? Do you know what my dream is? Can I share with you? My dream is that we will have leaders at eye level and at end of the rack, end of the aisle, where you take a corner, you're like, man, I love this leader. I love this person. They've mastered themselves. They know what to do. They're leading their company. Their employees are succeeding. That is what I want to see. All right? And you want to know why Emerge exists? It's so that we make you guys visible. Because I'm tired of leaders who are not doing what they're supposed to do. Okay? End of the aisle, make it visible. Look at this other study that was done. So this is called choice architecture. Choice architecture, this is a cafeteria. And in this cafeteria here, these two are fridges where they had put soda. They had put soda, they're selling soda. And so what happened is, this is a table where people sit. When people came and bought their food, the next most obvious thing they would buy was a soda. All right? So they decided to do a test without talking to anyone to see if they can influence behavior change by positioning certain things within the cafeteria without talking to anyone. So this is what they did. They put additional fridges with water. And they put baskets that were full of water. Here there's no water. Here is just soda in the fridge. Here, they didn't talk to anyone. You just found a basket of what? Of water, a fridge of water, a basket of water, a basket of water. That's what they did. They didn't talk to anyone. What ended up happening after 6 months is that more people are now buying water. And the sales of soda went down because they altered. It's called choice architecture. They placed what they wanted to see where it mattered the most. Are we together? Make it visible. All right? This is why as Emerge and even as Inuka, you'll find us online. We'll be visible. We'll throw quotes to you. We will post. We will say hashtag leading young. We want it to become visible so that people see. Because without even shouting too much, we can alter the choices of people who are watching. Are we together? Are we together? So that is what happened. And this is why I'm saying, if you're in your hostel or you are at home and you want to build a certain habit, you want to drink more water, put bottles of water around the house. Don't put soda. Okay? Ukiwa nyumbani and you want to drink more water, put jars of water everywhere. You'll find yourself, every corner you sit, ni maji unakunywa. The other corner, ni maji. So if you want to develop yourself, put yourself in spaces where to challenge assumptions about leading yourself. And one of the assumptions that is out there is that this thing is hard, man. I have money. No, I don't have money. I can't go to Yale. If you can't go to Yale, go to www.edx.com. There are free courses. Start studying. Make it easy for yourself. All right? Last point, make it attractive. Have you ever seen people who have made Monday attractive? Have you seen people who've made Monday attractive? Yeah? While everyone else is just like, man, I can't, manze, weekend imeisha haraka. Okay? What do they call it? They call it Monday blues. They call it Monday blues. Others decided to call it Motivation Monday. Yeah? It sounds good. Cindy, you're making it attractive. You're calling it a word that will make you excited about it. That's what you do when you say making it attractive. Take over Tuesday. Hashtag. Hashtag take over Tuesday. What they're doing is they're making it more and more attractive. The writers of this show called Scandal and some of the shows that were done on Netflix, was it on Netflix or HBO? Wherever you watch it from. Yeah? They started having hashtags before Scandal aired on TV. They started having aired on TV. They started having hashtags, and they associated Scandal, watching Scandal, with relaxation. And you're at home, sit on your chair, recline yourself, and watch Scandal. They made it attractive. And Scandal ended up becoming what it became. Yeah? I've said that even in relationships. See, we normally put effort to be attractive. Yeah? So we normally put effort. So we put effort. Let me ask the men. What is one of the most attractive things in a woman? Just shout it. The men, what is the most attractive thing? Eh? I'm hearing ladies answering. This is for the men. You don't want to burn. They don't want to burn. What else is very attractive about a woman that men like? Confidence. Thank you. Did a man say that? They are not saying. Okay. Women, let me ask you, what are some of the most attractive things in a man? Shoes. Hey, okay. Kuoga. What else is very attractive about a man? Smelling nice. Smelling nice. Hey, that one they have agreed. Oh, yeah. You know? Listen. Forehead. Did someone say forehead? Beards. Hey, beard gang. Okay, tunawaona. So here is the thing, and here is what I want you guys to get. It's not that you are discrediting the man. It's that if they do one or two more things, they can actually make themselves attractive. All right? It's not that we are discrediting leading yourself. It's that we want to add one or more two things to it that will make you look forward to doing what you need to do. All right? That is what it means to make it attractive. Okay? If there's something that you value and you want to grow up in, look at what this guy did. This guy was an engineer. He loved Netflix so much, but he also he had to challenge himself to work out. So what did he do? He built a program that enabled him to watch Netflix while he was cycling. All right? And he built it in such a way that the thing he was watching would pause if he drops down below a certain speed. Yeah? So the more he's grinding and cycling and doing this thing, his show is going on and he's watching. If he drops to a certain level, it pauses. So he was rewarding himself and making what he was doing attractive to himself. All right? Guys, self-leadership does not have to be this stressful, fatigue thing that we do. We are like, aki self-leadership tena ndiyo hiyo imeikuja. It doesn't have to be. So find spaces that you like, that you can grow yourself. I've found spaces where I love reading books. I've found spaces where, and I love coffee, taking coffee, na chai, brewed tea. Yeah? So I've gone to places where I've asked for chai and I have my book. I'm growing myself. I also love having very good conversations with people over coffee, over tea. Okay? So make what you're doing attractive to you. That you can look at it and say, hey, in the life yangu. Look at it. Look at you. Yeah? Look at you. I love how you look. No, your life. Yeah? I love how you look. I love your choices. This is what you're choosing. You're too much. Like make it work for yourself. All right? I love listening to podcasts. So anytime I'm in between a meeting or I'm moving from point A to point B, I have my earphones on. I'm putting up a podcast. I was listening to a podcast this morning about self-leadership. So make it visible. Make it easy. Make it attractive. Enjoy what you're doing. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. And ladies and gentlemen, that is my conclusion for self-leadership. And to kickstart us to starting off what we're doing right now, because from here now we are building to leading teams, to leading the nation, to leading organizations, but it starts from where you are at. Are we together? Are we together? Make it easy, okay? Don't complicate it. Make it visible. Surround your environment with the kind of qualities you want to grow in, and make it attractive. Sawa sawa? And I'm done with my presentation. Thank you for your time. I'm going to call Jojo back so that we move on to the next thing.
Thank you so much, Pete. Can we do better than that? Awesome. So we're going to have a short Q&A. So if you have a question, just, be a leader. Lead yourself. This is a good space to practice. Kusikia na kutenda. So if you have a question, just raise your hand and then a mic will come to you and Pete can take the question. Index 1, musiniangushe. No one has a question? There is a question. Very well. Thank you. There's a question here. Oh, and there. Please go.
Good morning. My name is Zamani, and I'm asking what will make you know that you have now attained the level of self-leadership. Maybe you are pursuing to know this, to know how to do a speech. How will you know that you are good in giving public speaking?
Excellent question. How do you know? Results speak for themselves. So you have to constantly audit, check yourself. Have friends who are good public speakers who can look at some of the pieces you've done and they can critique or they can say something. So that's how you know if there's been progression. Yeah? And don't feel bad if the feedback is not positive. All right? Constantly, again, go back and say, okay, before, that was me years ago. I could not stand before people. I could not. I could not talk before. The first time I was given a mic, it almost fell, It's real. But I knew there's a part of me that will require me to stand before people and talk as a leader, okay? So it's to constantly evaluate yourself if you can. If not, people around you that you trust. Sometimes some of the guys at Inuka, I don't know if they're here, have joined me in some of the sessions we've done, And after the session, they are critiquing me. They're like, man, that point was off. This one worked. This one did not work. You know, this. I'm like, what, guys? You be simutulia too. As in, but I appreciate that. It makes me prepare better. It makes me research more. It makes me know, where do you add a story? How do you manage a crowd? People, it's in the morning. Guys are cold. How do guys laugh? All that is study, iteration, testing. By the time you're doing your 50th speech, you're better than how you did your first speech. So you have to constantly. I think the answer to that is continuity and evaluating. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. My two questions on consistency and also confidence over failure. So the first thing is, how do I maintain consistency? Because like personally, there are some moments when I discover like, oh, this is a good thing to do. And I do it and I see it rewarding. But later on down the line, I just lose the grip and leave it. But deep in myself, I could feel like this thing is good. And also another thing, you can do something and you feel like you have gone somewhere. Then later on you discover, oh, I'm not yet there. And you feel that discouraged. How do you manage that? Thank you.
Discouragement is real in life. We should expect it as leaders. It happens everywhere, every time. Even today, someone will be discouraged. All right? Even here, someone right now is feeling, why am I here? I don't even deserve to be here. Yeah. Someone is feeling like that. It's a real emotion that we're going through. All right? But let me give you a thought about this. Sometimes what we do is we focus more on the goal and the outcome, and we miss out on the process. All right? Create a process and a system that will help you deliver and get to where you need to get to. The process will get you to the goal. Sometimes if we fix ourselves on the goal, manze, I want to lose 7 kilograms. Every day you're measuring yourself. Umeongeza, and you're wondering what to do. So how you build consistency is create rhythms that build a system and a process that can deliver you to where you want to go. Someone said, you don't rise up to the level of your goal, you always fall back to the level of your systems. Okay? So if your system is not working for you, then wachana na mambo ya goal. Okay? Create a rhythm that whether or not I lose 7 kilograms, I'm in a process of living a healthy life. And this process of living a healthy life will eventually deliver to you losing weight. All right? But if we become too fixated on it, we end up becoming discouraged, and that's the question. All right? On consistency, there's something called the aggregation of marginal gains. What aggregation of marginal gains means is 1% improvement in something and another percent improvement in this and that and that. If you aggregate that, you've actually improved. Sometimes we are too close to the action that we don't see the progress we have made. Yeah? When you are in the frame, you do not see the picture. So take a step back sometimes and say, hey, okay, this is the progress I've been able to make so far. All right? I made a 1% improvement here, a 1% improvement there, a 1% improvement there. The reason why a bicycle moves forward is because the small parts that are within the bicycle are all building towards overall movement of the bicycle. Okay? So, like I said, make it easy. Okay? Make it easy. It's not this one thing, unless you're in witchcraft. It's not this one. It's not this thing that you wake up the next day, you have it figured out. No. Inuka has been a journey of 9 years. 9 years. Virgin Galactic launching, as much as Richard Branson is a billionaire, has been a journey since 2004. 2021 is when they are launching people into space. All right? Consistency, marginal gains, all right? Systems and rhythms that help you get to where you need to get to.
I love it. We only have time for one last question. So do we have one? There are many questions now. Um, so this is how we'll have the question. So just stand here. The person who comes to the mic gets to ask the question. Here we go. We have a winner.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Desmond Owino, and I have a question. I heard my friend once say, leadership is readership. Does it take a leader to read, or does reading build a leader?
Thank you for the question. How many here love reading? You love reading. How many here, honestly, you don't love reading? Please don't lie. Don't lie. We will not judge you. You're a leader, and we know that you're a leader, but you don't love reading. Lift up your hand. Okay. So there are a couple of us. Like I told you, part of my work today was to challenge assumptions. All right? It is true that a leader is a reader. All right? And you expose yourself to content, like I told you, make this content available and easily available to you. Expose yourself to articles, books, carry them in your bag, remove it when you can, read. Okay? But there's been a lot of innovation in the space of readership. There's something called audio books. Those of you who can't read or don't like reading and you love listening, what do? You listen. Okay? So you listen. You find that there's a book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, is probably actually on YouTube. 3 hours, 50 minutes. You can listen to it. Are we together? There's something called Mentor Box. Mentor Box, they discovered that CEOs read approximately 15 books every month. All right? And they said, because we realize time is of essence to people, we will take 10 books, 15 books, and summarize it to the core idea that the book is meant to pass. So they created a mentor box, a platform where in one page, you're able to get the essence of a 360-page book. All right? I'm challenging assumptions again. Leadership is not hard. All right? It's not hard. It's not reading encyclopedias. You're like, hey, to end the library to some, tutafute, Britannica, something. No. All right? It's not hard, guys. Make it. At our stage right now, we have the benefit of innovation. We have the benefit of technology. We have podcasts. We have all these things. If you don't like to read, it's okay. Listen. Listen. I have a podcast I listen to, I've subscribed to. I have learned so much from podcasts. And then with books, I'm learning how to go through key points. But then if you want to know the key point of a book, just go to the back. Go to the back and read what they've said. That is the main point. Look for it. Look for it. Where is it? In the table of contents. Read that. Okay? Or flip through the book if you can. All right? So I agree that leaders are readers, but leaders are also listeners. Okay? Leaders are also open to alternative ways of absorbing information. Watch videos. TED Talks are available. You can learn so much from a talk. All right? Myth, assumptions have been challenged. Yeah? I'm not discrediting reading. I love reading books. I have a book in my bag I'm reading called Atomic Habits that I was given by James Clear. Yeah, very excellent book. Please, if you can, read that book. If you can't, he has an email newsletter that he sends every week, and he writes 3 sentences only. And 1.5 million people have subscribed to it, and they're learning from it. All right? So make it work for yourself. All right? Thank you very much. I don't want to take so much time. It's been an honor and a joy. Thank you very much, Pastor Steve, for the opportunity. We are still around. If you have any question, please, we are here to help, sharpen, grow, and also learn from you. Asanteni sana.
So allow me to disrupt the clapping. So today, I want us to honor our leaders with a standing ovation. whoever comes here to speak, we stand and we clap. You imagine you are watching Beyonce at Coachella or whoever you'd give a standing ovation. Yeah, so Pete, allow us to give you a standing ovation. So on 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. You guys are a great. You're great leaders. So Gach will come to invite our second speaker.
One, two. One, two. All right. Thank you, Jojo, and thank you, Pete, for that. Make it easy. Make it. Come on, you guys are not taking notes. Make it easy. Make it visible, and make it attractive. Excellent. And I love something you said, Pete. You know, the aggregation of marginal gains. It's not in the big things we do. You know, you just don't wake up one day and run a marathon. It's the 1 kilometer you do every day, 500 meters. And after 1 year, you find that you have the capacity to do that. So I think that was very amazing. So I just want to share some feedback we're also getting online. And again, if you have friends who are not able to join in today for one reason or the other, we are streaming on our Facebook and YouTube pages. So that's Inuka Leadership Africa and Trinity Chapel Ruiru. So they could just join in there and follow the conversation there. But I also see there's a lot of engagement online. I see guys are just sharing what you shared, Pete. Make it easy, make it visible, make it attractive. There's a question there, most attractive thing, okay, just a response to the woman thing you were asking, what makes a woman attractive. Some are saying you're working from the office, but you're following, thank you so much. Paul Karaoke is asking, how do we build confidence in self to lead self? I think you adequately addressed that. Francis Mwangi, you're saying create a rhythm in your leadership journey that will help you measure your effectiveness. Excellent. I think that is what you are addressing yourself to. So today we'll be back to back because we are really rushing against time. And so I want to just go ahead and invite the next speaker to stage. And this is an amazing man who is also my pastor, but he's also the chair of the Emerge Summit. So this summit you're having today, he's actually the chair of the secretariat in which I'm part of. And he's the pastor of this church that we are in. So this is Trinity Chapel Ruiru, for those who've not been here, and it's a church plant of Nairobi Chapel. And so he's a lead pastor here together with an amazing team of leadership. And apart from that, he has 20 plus years experience working with the students and youth in Kenya. So this is a person who you'll find in youth spaces in Kenya. And he's done a lot of work in line with that. And he holds a BA in Bible and Theology from Park University. Ni wewe umekuja na ile basi ya Park? Ni kama uliongea na Vice Chancellor, eh? Good job, good job. And also a master's in biblical studies from, is it Tyndale or Tyndale? Hey, University in Canada. Eh? What was it? Tutafika huko pia. We are headed there. After we finish our bachelor's, tunaenda huko pia. And apart from that, he's married to Marion Duo, and they are blessed with 3 kids. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to stage Reverend Steve Duo. If you can stand, it's okay. Asante sana. Amazing, amazing. Karibu pasi.
We believe that a lot is possible. I'm more audible now. We believe that a lot is possible, and we are so thankful. One more. Okay, here we go. Check. May I assure you that this is not time lost? You're actually going to gain a lot. I was listening to Pete, Pastor Pete. I need to remember to say Pastor Pete. I was listening to Pastor Pete and thinking, man, he took some of my notes. This is why it is dangerous to have somebody go before you who's so brilliant and so good. Let me say something about leading self that allows us to transition into what it is that we need to do when we are leading teams. I think one of the things that we really need to be clear about is that we need to be real and we need to be honest and we need to know what we are capable of doing and what we are not capable of doing. My wife, who I really love, I was telling her, by the way, I have a wife, 3 wonderful children who are closing school. Pray for me, okay? Closing school this week, so pray for us. I was telling her what I am capable of doing. And by the way, 15 years later, she knows what I'm capable of doing. Actually, I should say 21 years later because we dated for about 6, okay? 21 years later, she knows what I'm capable of doing. But I was telling her how it is that it was so good that I could even say what I am capable of doing while seated down with the team that put this together and talked with them. And then I am just amazed at what it is that they are capable of doing in bringing all this together. But it takes a moment of me choosing to actually be real and tell myself, by the way, Steve, as good as you are, you cannot be able to do everything. A story is told of a guy who landed in the US, who was working in kitchens and as a security guard and doing everything while he was studying towards a PhD, okay? And he was frustrated and he was looking for a job where he can really work and make good money for himself and for his family. And this, as the story goes, he sees on the advertisement platforms, he sees something about, are you 6 feet and 6 inches tall? Do your shoulders, are they this long? Are you capable of carrying so much and so on and so forth? Then we have a job for you that is going to earn you between $60,000 and $80,000 per year. So the guy applies. He goes for the job with his CV, and he realizes they are not interested in the CV. They start taking measurements of his height, measurements of his shoulders, measurement of his muscles. It's important to have muscles. Measurements of his muscles and all this kind of stuff. And then they tell him, you got the job. And the guy is in shock. How did I get the job? And they tell him, sorry, we did not describe what the job is. We are a consultancy working on behalf of the park or the zoo in this town, and they lost their baboon. So we were looking for somebody because we skinned the baboon, and we are looking for somebody who can fit into the skin of that baboon because when we open the zoo during the summer opening, we want to make sure that our feature, the baboon, is present. And so the guy is thinking, did you do that because I'm black, and all this kind of stuff? But then he looks at the money and he goes for the job. And so he has to be trained. And he's training how to jump on a rope, go from end to end, and be able to do, some significant things with it. They are throwing things at him, bananas, biscuits, and he's catching them in the air and all this kind of stuff. Well, eventually the day comes when the park is opened, and kids are rushing, and parents are rushing to this particular zone to go and see the new baboon. Okay, so they all rush over there and it comes out, beats on its chest, and it's swinging back and forth with excitement. There is a rope in it. It's climbing all these fences. It's going over railings, and people are excited, saying, "Ooh!" And they're throwing bananas at it and all this kind of stuff. And eventually in that motion and movement, it went so far, slipped off the rope, and fell into the next cage. And a lion was there. And poor guy started shouting, "Woo! Nitakufa!" And people started screaming, running away, and all this kind of stuff. And they're doing all that. The park rangers are coming. The lion gets out, roars, and the baboon is shaking, for dear life. And the lion goes over the baboon and says, "Kama, nyamaza, tutafutwa kazi." Let me tell you, being honest about who you are is going to help you go very far on this particular that happened. Everything else requires leadership. Man, people are writing. That's deep, eh? Okay, good. So our purpose here is to try and reduce that friction, that confusion, that underperformance, and actually, by God's grace and by our continual growth, eradicate friction, confusion, and underperformance. Pete said something when he was speaking, and he said, we lack leadership in this country so much that you don't see it as breaking news, but you also don't see it as a feature. And part of the problem is when somebody who's barely performing, but is actually working towards performance, appears, we actually think that they're doing very well. Right? So when somebody is delivering the bare minimum, we actually think that they're doing very well. And they're on a path somewhere. And I really believe that at the end of this summit, if you actually pay attention to some of the things that are said and start applying them in your life, chances are you're going to start reducing friction. You're going to start reducing confusion. You're actually going to start raising the level of performance wherever it is that God is going to place you, or wherever it is that God has placed you. Now, questions are posed over how do you lead a team? How do I choose a team? How do I keep a team focused to the goal? How can I have more impact as a young leader? And I really believe that your health as a leader, which is what Pete has alluded to, and your growth as a leader will determine the health and the growth of your team. If you are not healthy, they did this experiment, now that you came with pictures of the supermarket and everything. They did this experiment where they put a rotting vegetable next to another fresh vegetable. The rotting vegetable did not become fresh. Rotations led to it rotting. Right? The health of a leader, okay, will lead to the health of a team. The growth of a leader will lead to the growth of the team. And there are possible ways to getting to, the top echelons of leadership. One of them is being wealthy. If you have money, people will appoint you as a leader. Right? We are soon moving to a new neighborhood, and as a family. And, just driving in that particular neighborhood, people have started calling me Kiongozi. No, now, my crisis will be to think that they're calling me Kiongozi because I've led them. I don't even know these guys. They may be looking at me and saying, you have something to offer that has a monetary value, so we can call you a leader. Right? Money can get you there. Connections can get you there. But if you do not grow, you're never going to attain the real level of leadership that God has given you. And for me, the greatest example of growth and of team leadership is this guy in the Bible called David. This guy had no wealth and no connections. He got appointed to leadership at an age of 17, got to kill a giant around the same time. And trust you me, there are things that you'll do when you're young that will prompt you to a front where people are going to say, let's appoint so and so because they seem to be taking on things differently or more boldly. I think that's our goal here. Be bold, be daring, lead now. Okay? There are things that are going to appeal in that particular sense. But you see, David had to be taken through a school of leadership and learn how to lead not only himself, but also learn how to lead a team. And the Bible says, I'm going to refer to two scriptures. The Bible says in 1 Samuel chapter 22, 1 Samuel chapter 22, verse 1 and 2, it says that David left Gath and escaped to the cave of Adullam. And when his brothers and his father's household heard about it, they went down to him there. All those who were in distress or in debt or discontented gathered around him, and he became their commander. About 400 men were with him. This is 1 Samuel chapter 22. You jump over to 2 Samuel chapter 23, verse 8. A simple phrase there says this. These are the names of David's mighty warriors. Okay? The previous text talks about David going into a cave, 400 men who are in distress, who are in debt, who are discontented. The second text talks about David's mighty warriors. What happened? What happened there? Because leading a team for me is turning distressed people into focus. It is turning debted people into freedom. It is turning discontented people into highly functioning people, which is what David did with his 400 men. At the end of their story, you don't hear them being described as toxic or tired or confused men. You hear them being described as mighty warriors. Today I'm speaking to mighty warriors. They're just in the making. And this is what is interesting for me. They ended up doing greater things than David ever did. You just go read the story. They ended up doing some more daring things, some more bold things. You see, David was defining history. And God gave him a team such that they turned around a nation as 400 people that he created with that. Now, the choice ground of their trainings was not Emerge Young Leaders Summit. Nope. It was not a good boardroom. It was not an air-conditioned event. It was in caves and in wilderness and in exile. And here it is, guys. As you lead self, you will one day desire to expand your influence. And it does not start with a position. In fact, John Maxwell, in his 5-level structure of leadership, positional leadership is the lowest. Unajua ile mlikuwa prefect shule? Like that was the lowest, right? Influence is even a bigger way of leading than actually a positional of being given president of this student council or such and such. It is important, but if you're not growing, then it becomes even more wrong for you to be there. Leadership is influence, and it is influencing until some people are following you. Some people are following you. Now, I was asked a question when I was preparing for this, and I was asked, how do you select a team that you lead? How do you select a winning team? At the age at which we are, can I guarantee us that chances are you're not going to select the team that you're going to work with? Chances are they're going to be imposed on you on God's hour. Or you'll find yourself hired in a position where you're given some people to work with who are not even willing to follow you, or who are even gathered around you because they think there is something that you have to offer. And if somebody else comes along who offers a better thing, they might just go. If you as a leader are not growing, if you as a leader are not healthy. So what you need to do, as I come to the close, and by the way, there's some guys who come to this church, so when they hear me say, as I come to a close, they know that I'm not finishing. I'm just, I'm just kind of preparing people for some important things, okay? So what you need to ensure that you have when you're leading a team, let me say 4 things, okay? Clarity, communication, discipline, and passion. Clarity, communication, discipline. Let me add to passion by saying undying passion. Okay? I believe these 4 things helped David turn these distressed, indebted, discontented men into mighty warriors. When you talk about clarity, you realize that it was clear where David himself was going. That his life was shaped around the fact that he was going to become king. He did not know when, but he was clear about it. Because lots of people that you are leading will get lost around the fact that you do not know where it is that you are taking them. And if you as a leader do not know where you are taking people, can I make a quote for you? If it is misty right here on the pulpit, it's going to be foggy out there in the pews. If as a leader I'm not clear about what it is that I am doing, then even those that I'm leading are going to be walking in extra confusion. And David was clear. He was so clear. Let me tell you a story. One time, David and these warriors of his got an opportunity to kill King Saul. Actually, they got 2 opportunities to kill King Saul. But David was very clear. By the way, my path towards kingship is not by killing King Saul. That is God's business. My path towards kingship is allowing even for God to give me the time that I'm supposed to be there. And so, these guys were suggesting to him, because when you're leading a team, they will show you all shortcuts. And as I was told by my mentor when I was growing up, whenever you take a shortcut, you are cut short. Can I say that one more time for the video? Whenever you take a shortcut, you are cut short. Okay? Moving on swiftly. But they have a team trying to see whether I'll keep time, so I need to work hard here so that I impress them also. David knew, these guys are telling me, this is what we need to do. The king is lying over here. David, there is a spear. Just drive it through him. But David is very clear. If we do this, one of these days, I'm going to be king. And these guys are going to think, maybe you're not the right king. And because I led them in stabbing one king, guess what they're going to do to me? Exactly. Clarity. Where is it that we are going? They say that fish rots from the head. That's why it starts. If I'm not clear, then it's going to bring me into a lot of problems. I receive an email on a weekly basis from a firm called CB Insights. And when they talk about top 10 reasons why businesses fail, why teams fail, they say it's because one of the reasons is because of a lack of focus, a lack of definition of where it is that we are going. You have to be very clear about that. So hone that skill as a leader. Talk about where it is that you're going. Be very, very clear. And by the way, day one might not help you to be very clear. But as you go on, Pete talked about how 9 years later, they know what they are doing as Inuka. I'm sure day one, when you met wherever it is that you met, maybe it was even in KU, when you met over there and started talking, I'm sure you did not have all the phrases that you have today, right? But as you continue clearing them up and being able to be even more catchy. But start somewhere, but very clear, this is where it is that we are going. Post it everywhere. Post it on the walls. Post it on your car. Print out stickers. Put them everywhere. Actually, put it in spaces where people spend their non-thinking time. Non-thinking time includes when people are watching WhatsApp status, right? Say, yo, fikiri, you are just... you know, and you're just there. Okay? Post it on social media. Post it in the kitchen. Post it in the toilets. Especially the toilets. Because who's thinking during that time? Right? You're just, you're just there. Let it be clear. Because the frequency with which you say it is going to be edged into the minds of the team that you are leading. Say it until they nickname you. Karo ulewa quality products. Kevo ulewa, we offer the best, not the rest. You know, until they nickname you, then you will know that you are saying it. Are we together? Clarity. Number 2, communication. This is simple, but it's difficult at the same time. The question, what is going on, comes because people are not communicating. People are not talking to one another. In fact, so many times when people are leading teams, they talk at one another rather than to one another. And they're not helping each other be able to hear. And there's a number of communication ways. There is top-down, where the leader is talking to his team. And there is up or down-up, where the team is actually talking to their leader. And there's also across, where people are being able to talk to each other. And it just helps people to know, what is my role? What is required of me? What is required of you? How do parts work together? I was taught long years back that team stands for together each acquires much. But if you're not communicating, how will we be able to acquire much? You watch any team playing. I mean, the Euro Cup just ended the other day. And when you're watching the teams playing, you can see there is very clear communication. They don't even need to say it with words. They just need a motion or something. They know how they are backtracking. They know who's covering who because they are communicating. They're taking the time so that they can be able to lean on each other's strengths. And on each other's weaknesses, they're able to raise each other. But they're communicating it. When you're not capable of doing something, just say it. When you're capable of doing something, just say it. They were asking me about something about snip and cut. I had no idea what that was, by the way. I really did not have an idea what that was. And I just told the person, I don't know what you're talking about. And within moments, they had it sorted. And I'm thinking, that is what you do. It just helps me. Communication. Just being able to say a yes or a no. But people can be able to know what it is that you're doing. Communication will help you. It will help you to not only know your roles, but it will also help you to evaluate where it is that you are. Because even when you have clarity over where you're going, the constant communication, we were told that you start here, but if you're going to get there, it's going to take a process. How are we evaluating where we are going? By the way, if you're a Christian, if you're a believer, and if you're a serious believer, chances are your communication is by faith. We don't want you to communicate by faith. We want you to communicate via words. Right? Write an email. Speak. Let us know what we are doing. Mic number 4. Okay, let us know what it is. Mic number 5. How serious is this speaker? Okay. So communicate it with words. Let people know, by the way, this is where we are. Because if you don't do that, then something is going to pull us back. And that question of what is going on, or the statement, by the way, I did not know. It's because somebody did not communicate. Somebody did not say what it is that we are supposed to do. Okay? Number 3, discipline. Discipline. The things that we need to keep repeating. Discipline is what defines your routines and your rituals. When Gach was up here, he started saying you don't run a marathon by just waking up and taking off. You start by exercising, kidogo kidogo, 1 kilometer running, and then running another kilometer the following day, making it 2, making it 3, making it a routine and usual. When I went to high school, I need to tell you guys this story. When I went to high school, they pulled us out one day when we were in Form 1, and they told us, tomorrow is inter-house competition. And that afternoon, we were given the time and told, now prepare for the marathons the following day. And I was chosen to run the 10,000 meters thing, which is 25 times around the field. Okay? And people were warming up and all this kind of stuff, but I had not jogged. I had not done any exercise apart from running from the Form 4s. There's no other exercise I had done. And pushing people in the cafeteria and buying bread and all this kind of stuff. There's no other thing that I had done. My friends, I am telling you, when the day of the racing came, and you take off because you are being serious about what it is that you're doing. I came and I took off just at once. Wah! And with the other Form 1s, we were taking off. By the time we were doing the 3rd lap around the field, there were some experienced guys, disciplined guys that we used to observe in the afternoons and seeing them run a number of laps around the field and going like, what are they doing? Is it that they don't have time? Is it that they are free? Is it that they don't have assignments? Why would you come to school and run around a field? Those were the guys who were overtaking us and running laps around us. We were reaching the end of the race while smelling blood. And your heart has moved from here to here. It's now a bit, you're feeling like you're about to be. And then at the time that we are thinking that we are finishing, because those guys are being shown, you're on your last lap. We are told, see, Nyinyi. You guys are still on your 16th. You still have another 9 to go. And you can't quit because there are Form 4s on the sidelines ensuring that you'll not quit. And we learned there was something called discipline. It's what builds the routines and the rituals of what you have. Small things, keeping time, delivering assignments on time, working towards quality. And just say 2 more, telling the truth. Telling the truth. Accounting for money. right? Because if you don't do it here, you're not going to do it up there, right? You learn those disciplines while you are still growing. It is a disciplined leader who will lead a disciplined team. It doesn't, you don't, there are things you cannot inject into people, right? If you're not having it, your team will not have it. And lastly, passion. Passion. Passion is energy. They say that 33% of startups that happen every year die within that year. Most of them do not see the 5-year mark. And guess one of the reasons they gave for that? Lack of passion. You start doing something, you write, from today, this is what we are going to be doing as a team, as a company, as a student body. This is what we are going to be doing. 3 days later, you have forgotten what you said. Right? Because you have run out of momentum or out of energy. They say that the person who wakes up and gets to it has already 50% chance of winning. Just waking up and getting to it. Not even doing it. Waking up and getting to it. Because they're showing that they have passion. See, while David was leading these guys, it reached a point where things were so bad that at some point they were in exile. And while they were in exile, the Bible says that some bandits came and took away their families, their property, and burnt down where it is they were living. The Bible says that the men who are with David, these 400 men, discussed how to kill David. Then it says, one phrase of the Bible says, but David found strength in the Lord his God. That's waking up passion. That made David rally a team from mob justice to actually going and recover the things that they needed to recover. Passion will take you far. Passion will take you far. It's the undying thing that God will give you within you. Leaders draw from the extra when everybody else is running dry. Leaders know how to draw from the extra and be able to push further and a bit more. They find passion even when no one else is finding it. By the way, passion does not mean that you're loud. Okay? Because sometimes when you're looking for a passionate leader, we look at the loudest person and say, they're very passionate. Maybe not. Passion speaks to a deep commitment to what it is that we are doing. I have finished. Leadership is influence. Get clarity, get communication working, get discipline, get passion worked, and then it's going to influence your team. And you will see them having clarity of what you're doing. This is how you turn your disoriented people, your debted people, your distressed people into mighty warriors. Thank you.
All right. As Jojo told us, let's appreciate Reverend Steve with a good clap. You can do better, guys. Thank you. Thank you for those nuggets. Asante sana on leading team. And I kindly ask you, maybe we could take the Q&A after the tea break.
No problem.
Because I notice it's just beginning to drizzle. And I want us to serve our brunch before maybe it rains. But thank you for that. So just a very quick recap. Leadership is? And what are the four things is mentioned? We need clarity, we need communication, we need discipline, and undying passion. Not just passion, but undying passion. Thank you so much, Rev Steve. That was an amazing session. So guys, again, we'll take a brunch break. Remember, it's a brunch break, and why we are calling it brunch is because it's a heavy breakfast, because we might not serve you lunch, okay? And so we'll be going to do that, and we'll be guided by Shiko at the back and Kesh. So we're gonna be taking that break shortly. And kindly let's take maximum of 30 minutes to just serve the tea and be back here by latest 11:15. Sawa, guys. So if you can, just do that very quickly. Also get, if you can take a minute to get to interact with a person, of course, maintaining social distance and the COVID protocols. But let's be back here at 11:15 for the next session. I see a speaker in our next panel. Sir George Washuri is already here, a man I deeply respect and appreciate. Let's appreciate him.
and he's ready to share with us and pour into us. So let's just take that quick tea break, then we'll be back. Remember, we are trending with the hashtags Emerge Summit and Lead Now. And also for those guys who have not been able to join us today, kindly ask them to follow us on our Facebook and YouTube pages. That's Trinity Chapel Ruiru and Inuka Leadership Africa. So we'll pray for the tea, then we'll go and serve, then we'll be back in the next 30 minutes. Shall we pray? Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to just gather here today. We thank you even for the meal that is before us. Lord, we pray that as we have it, that you may bless it. Let it not only benefit our bodies, but also our souls. And we pray even for those who don't have this kind of meal and opportunity that you be able to provide for them in another setup. We honor you and we give you praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So let's do it very quickly. Follow Shiko, who is right at the back, wearing a hoodie like this one written Emerge. We'll be serving at the tent, which is on the my extreme left, right? So my extreme left at the very corner. So follow Shiko. For the guests, kindly, Rev is here, and we have a protocol team. Steve, kindly, they will usher you to tent, which is on my right, where we'll be serving our brunch as well. See you shortly.
in that area? The hands are increasing. Okay. Experience ni muhimu. All right. Who has said they can't lead because it's already too bad? Hiyo kitu, it's not salvageable. Why should I put my energy? Already imeharibika. How many people have resigned from leading because it's already too bad? I want to lead in something new. Sio kitu imeharibika. Okay, me and 5 other people, 6. Experience tu ndo inawafanya, wow, panel, we have our work cut out. So please, let's give a standing welcome to our panel, which we will meet as they introduce ourselves. On 1, 2, 3, let's welcome them with claps. Until they arrive, please. There are 2 ladies, and they're both telling each other, ladies first. Karibuni till they come and they sit. Yes. All right. Asanteni sana. So we have Jane Waithera, Deborah Kimathi, and George Washiori. And before niwashtue with their titles, I'll allow you to meet them as people. You know the way you meet people with their titles, alafu unanyongwa. Unasema sasa, what do I say to a CEO? Surely. So I'll allow you to meet them as people. You know when you meet Reverend Steve and you don't know he's the lead pastor, and he's just talking to you, you're laughing, then somebody says, Rev, you're like, what? I was laughing like that with the Rev. I should have some manners. Yeah? So from my extreme left, tell us, who are you?
Testing. Hiya. Good morning.
Good morning.
Wow. My name is George Washiori, and I am extremely excited to speak to the leaders because when leaders are good, the country is good, the community is good. And I serve with one of the fastest growing foundation. It's called Optiven Foundation. I'm the chairman and the trustee. And in this foundation, we are educating hundreds of students across 47 counties. We target those students who don't do well in primary school, and we adopt 10 schools per county, 10 students per school. And after they clear Form 4, we negotiate with the government for these students to go to TVET. We also have a small portion of students that are sharp, get A's. I think they're about 100. We also sponsor them. In the same foundation, we have the biggest campaign on Go Green. I'm sure you have seen it on media, whereby we are awarding people who take care of the planet. We have a big event on 11th at Move and Peak, and we want to recognize people who advocate for sustainability of our planet. In the same foundation, we have a big program for the physically challenged. We give hundreds of wheelchairs across 47 counties. And as a foundation, we have a program for girls. I think we are one of the foundations that are given the biggest number of sanitary wear across this country. When I'm not in the foundation, I run Optiven Real Estate. We want to house every single Kenyan. And our organization was voted by London Stock Exchange Group as the company to inspire Africa. We are joining Nairobi Securities Exchange. And by the year 2041, we want to be in 20 African countries. We are going to be among the top biggest companies in Africa. So you can join us. Other than that, I am an author. You know, I've authored 2 books. One of the books is called Soul and Canigo. It's my life story. You know, I was brought up from poverty, and I encourage people who say that I can't make it. And I also failed 15 times. The story is here. Trying business, it doesn't work. And then I also mentor business people to start small and build an empire. This is a secret, what we use at Optiven. And for entrepreneurs, it's a must-have. And now the third one I'm launching next month is called the Optiven Way, because we are anticipating to develop companies to grow bigger. I am here to inspire you, to speak to one another. And Joe and the group Inuka, we started, I think, 10 years ago in Mamraka. And I can see the fruits of Inuka. I am extremely proud of Inuka. And when Joe called me, I said, who am I? I must come running. And I'm here. God bless.
We're glad to have you. Thank you very much. Deborah?
Morning. It's really special to be here. My name's Deborah Kimadi, and I'm really pleased to be with you all this morning. I guess I wear several hats. First, I am the founder and now trustee of an organization called Raising Futures Kenya. So we train about 500 young people who've had to drop out of school every year in enterprise skills, life skills, and vocational skills. And we work hand in hand with the TVET Authority to do that in Nairobi, Murang'a, Kisii, and Kitui. I'm also the executive director of an organization called Dignitas. Dignitas partners with schools, particularly in marginalized communities, and we build the capacity of head teachers and teachers to be able to improve the quality of learning. We started in Mathare. We now work across 7 counties. I also help run a network called RELI, which is the Regional Education Learning Initiative. We bring together about 70 different organizations, all working on education across Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, so that we collaborate to better improve learning, especially for children who are furthest behind. In my spare time, I'm also an elder in my church, and I sit on the board of an organization called Msingi Trust. And Msingi exists to join the dots between faith, justice, and advocacy, and calls us to question how we live out our faith in relation to the challenges we see around us. So it's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. Last but not least, Waithera.
Thank you. It's working, right? Yes, you're good. Oh, good morning. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Jane Waithera, and just to echo what my colleagues have said, we are here to ensure that you people get inspired to start from where you are. I start by saying I'm a woman, I'm a youth, and I'm a founder of an organization called Positive Exposure that I exited from being the managing trustee last year in September and transitioned to an international organization called Light for the World. And at Light for the World, I work as a programs manager. And Light for the World is a disability and development organization that ensures persons with disabilities are included in both employment and entrepreneurship. So for today, I am really going to speak more to how young people can be able to plug in into the world of work or into the world of entrepreneurship and leaving no young person behind. And that includes young people with disabilities. And happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have confidence they can inform our minds about the topic? Yes? Then let's get to it. So my first question is, how did you find the thing that you're doing? Because you all seem to have a particular focus on things that you're doing, that everything you're doing somehow ties in. But moving back to before it became Optiven Limited, that is the biggest, and Dignitas, and working with Employable, going back to when you were young, maybe the median age of our crowd is in their mid-20s. What were some of the things that were happening to take you down that path?
You are looking at me?
I am. You're right.
Wow, thank you, the facilitator. For me, I think from my background, I lost my father when I was 7 years. My mother was not educated, and I come from a very dry place called Kieni in Nyeri, and we were raised with object poverty. You know, getting food was a problem. I remember one time, 1984, 5 days we had not eaten, and we were eating leaves. And life was very difficult. So at the age of 13, I was doing business. I was buying onions from the neighboring regions, taking them to Kiriaini market and selling at age 13. So when I went to high school, there was no fees. So you are there half you are at home, and life was very difficult. By God's grace, we passed high school, going to the university, going to Ruakapeta campus. For the first time I came to the city of Nairobi, I was mesmerized. I saw clean people. I was under the weather. I was dirty. I was thin, everything. And a thought came, what can I do for me to finish the university? That time we were paying. And I started washing people's clothes. I bought a camera. I was taking photos. I was shaving people, I was a barber, and that's how I raised my university fees. It was very tough. So going out of school, there was a saying that there are no jobs. So I panicked. So I picked my 4 friends and we started doing applications. I remember I did 300 handwritten applications. And we divided the city of Nairobi. Me was given Babadogo and industrial area. And we were dropping 4 letters, 3 for your friends, 1 for yourself. That's how I got my first job in a shopping supermarket as an accountant. At that time, I had done CPAs because I had panicked that there were no jobs. And the people were saying, if you do accounting jobs, accounting course, you get a job. But 1 year and a half, I discovered that I was a marketer. You know, me, I can really market. I can market. So I was fired because I was caught talking loudly in the office. I was fired, and I get direction to marketing. That's what I do. And of course, going to business was not easy. I started 15 businesses that failed. I have lost money. I have lost a lot, you know, and the story today is not a story day. The story is here. 15 businesses. Some of them I lost a business. I had no money for a year. You know, my office was Uhuru Park with my Bible, a notebook, and a pen. And that's how Foundation was born. Because I told God, God, if you restore me again, one of the things I'm going to do, number 1, tithe. That's why for me, tithe is not a negotiation. I have a standing order to my church, Destiny Life Church, under Reverend Philip Katutu, a friend of Nairobi Chapel. Number 2, I said, the organization, if it comes back, 5% goes to the foundation. That's how Optiven Foundation was born. So it has not been easy, and I think I was running away from poverty. That's why even today, I hate poverty with passion. And the people I mentor, currently I'm mentoring about 500 business people through George Washiuri's School of Mentorship. I tell them, if you come through my hands, number 1, you must succeed. Because it's something you tap what I have done and I share with you. And that's the story of George Washiuri. I have cut it short by 2%. Yes.
You have done well. Thank you very much.
So I think for me, my story starts with my upbringing. And I was very blessed to grow up in a family where both my parents had just this super strong faith, completely sold out to serving God where they were. And I grew up in the UK, in Scotland, and we went to church in what's known as the most deprived area in the whole of Europe. It has the most children whose kids are in prison. It has the most heroin addicts in the whole of Europe. It has huge levels of poverty, 4th, 5th, 6th generation of unemployed. So hugely complex community issues. And I grew up from a very young age watching my parents serve in that community. And I'll never forget when I think we must have been about 12, 13, and we had a spare room at home. Well, it was the sitting room. It became the spare room. But it became the spare room because my dad started bringing heroin addicts home. And he was bringing them home because he had this love and this passion to see people restored to the fullness of life that they deserved to live. But to get into rehab, they first had to go cold turkey. So anybody who's familiar with the addiction journey maybe knows going cold turkey means you come off the drugs without any help, no chemical intervention, nothing. You just have to stop taking drugs. It's a crazy process. You're sweating, you're vomiting, you're passing out, it's not pleasant. So my dad turned our sitting room into the spare room so he could be bringing these guys home to go cold turkey in our house. Now, when I look back now, and I have 2 daughters, I think he must have been mad. What was he thinking? Why was he bringing these strange people to our house to go through this crazy process when we were young kids at home? And my mom never objected. She was fully on board. In fact, she said, bring them. And that began the journey of us really just having this expansive family where anybody who needed a bed found one in our house. Anyone who needed a meal found one in our house. And it modeled for me a faith that was lived out, and a faith that was lived out that made a real difference in the community around them. And that, I think, for me was extremely formative. It shaped who I am today and shaped the journey that I then took. Now, despite all of that, when I was leaving high school, I was still convinced I wanted to be an optician. So I applied for university to go and do optometry to become an optician, testing people's eyes and whatever. I even worked. I had to work from about the age of 15 to save up the costs for university. And so from the age of 15 to around 18, I worked in opticians as an assistant. And what it showed me is I did not want to be an optician. I wanted to work with people. I wanted to make a difference in the community, and being an optician wouldn't allow me to do that. And so I switched my course very last minute. Thankfully, in the UK, our system is a bit friendlier. And I was able to switch to study divinity or theology. And so I did my undergraduate course in theology. I had no idea where I was headed. I knew I did not want to be a pastor. But other than that, I had no idea what I wanted to do with my theology degree. So I pursued it, and while I was studying, I used to use my breaks to volunteer in different places, and one of those volunteering breaks found me in Kenya, at Thomas Bernardo's Children's Home, which I'm sure many of you have heard of, on Langata Road. And I volunteered on and off there for a couple of months, or a couple of years, sorry. And in that process, just came to love this place, came to love the idea of working in some of these communities, came to love the children that we were working with. And that became formative in my following years and the decisions that I made. And so when I graduated from university, there was an invitation to establish something that would help girls who were, at that point, it was before free primary education. You're about to guess how old I am. It was 2002. Something that would help girls who were not able to finish class 8. And that's where Raising Futures was born, the idea of giving girls a set of skills that would help them to do something. Even then, in my head, I thought, I'll stay maybe for like 2 years, then I'll go back to the UK and I'll settle down. And that was 19 years ago, and I'm still here. So I guess the rest will unfold as we speak more.
Amazing.
I go next. So I'll start by saying, one, I have albinism, like you can all see. So I was born in Nyeri, so I have a village mate. Yes. So, and where I was born, I was the only child that looked like me. So for me, I was very sure. I knew from a very young age I looked different. But you know, there's that looking different and looking different in a nice way. But the things people said about my condition, which is albinism, were not so nice things. So I remember mean words and mean terminologies that were used to refer to me as young as I was, like 3 years old. Like I can remember most of the things. I even remember like children would be told by their parents, don't play with her, don't sit next to her, don't give her tea with that cup, or if I touch something, somebody has to clean it after I have touched it. And that is why for me, I think from that very young age, I started being a voice for myself. And I, by default, was raised by my grandmother because my mom was a teenage mother. So you can imagine a teenage mother getting a child that is not accepted in this community. So for her, and I tried to fit in her shoes, I think at 17 years old, even myself, if I would have gotten a child who looks different and everybody is talking negative things about that child, it wouldn't have been easy. So I was raised by this grandmother who always, like everybody who would question why I look that way, her answer was always, there's a reason why God brought her to my homestead. So even when my mother left, because she eventually left, like abandoned me, my grandmother decided to keep raising me for the God's given purpose that he had in me. So I eventually got to the age of going to school. And as you know, remember somebody with a disability in your community, the choice is always they go to the special school. And for me, my grandmother was like, no, this child is not special. She's going to go to the school that is next door. And she had to fight her way to get my placement in a mainstream school, which for me was a good thing because as much as I couldn't see then, at that age, nobody even knew what albinism meant, even my own grandmother. All I remember is that I could never see what the teacher wrote on the blackboard, and I could not explain why. So you can imagine the beatings I got every day in school for not doing homework, for not writing. And I was written off as that kid who was foolish. So for me, I think it's been a journey of like finding my voice, trying to understand myself, and being where I am now. So to bring the story closer is that I managed to still stay in that school, hide in the tree bushes to evade some of the punishments, and go back to class when everybody has left and read at zero distance because I have very low vision. I say I'm legally blind. The optometrist in the room can at least associate with that. Yes, so for me, I really struggled and found my way through education. And I never, yes, people would say things that would dismantle my self-esteem on and off, but I still fought on. So I managed to get to high school in one of the best schools again in Nyeri. Like me will ever have to go through the kind of challenges I went through. And because of that, the entire period I was in India, I spent that time trying to see what can I do for my albinism community and for others that associate by being different with others in the society. I came back to Kenya in 2010 and started Positive Exposure Kenya, and the spirit was, actually the motto was the spirit of difference. So there we embraced and celebrated everyone who was different. Whether it's albinism, whether it's any other condition, we embraced everybody. And like when I sit in this room, what I want people to see at the end of the day is not the lady with albinism. I want you to see Jane. I want you to see Jane who has something to offer to the society. And because we have students who are different in this room, we have students with disabilities who are part of our employable program. And I want, before you leave today, please make sure you establish a friendship, a relationship. You never know. They might be your client tomorrow, your sister the other day, and you the person who gives you service in future. So coming back to date now, the teacher who did a teacher's training, I eventually went and studied leadership and management for my bachelor's. I have a double bachelor's. So I did leadership and management. I refused to listen to the noise out there telling me you can't, because that's what I was always told. And I now have my master's in organization development and management. And after having my master's, I also felt I have served my albinism community for 10 years, which was last year, and I transitioned to Light for the World so that I'm also able to not only impact people with albinism, but talk about inclusion and talk about diversity and inclusion in a broader perspective where everybody matters, where everybody's voice is on the decision-making table. So that's the long, short story of Jane, and I hope we'll get to interact more as we have this discussion. Yeah.
Wow. I feel like we can end here and I'd be fine. But we're not going to. There's more. So we're talking about civic participation and how we have a duty as citizens to actively participate in shaping society. And that has not been something we have been taught. That's not something we've grown up hearing. That's not something we learned in primary school. You know, we were told respect authority. Respect your leaders, respect your parents. Don't speak up, don't talk back, don't question those decisions. And then now as we are growing up, we're realizing we're expected to speak up, we're expected to talk back, we're expected to contribute ideas, which is a complete shift from what we've been socialized. And we're realizing that as young leaders, we are being called upon to shape society, that society will not change outside of us. And so I think my question would be, what are some of the ways you think the youth in the room or the youth in Kenya can actively start? We're assuming they're not doing anything. How can we actively start shaping society from where you're seated?
Wow, very interesting question. Yes, as a youth, remember you are the most energetic, the most intelligent, the most focused. And this is the time to do something. How can you identify what you can do as a youth? How can you identify? Identify a problem within your community. It could be your church, could be your village, it could be where you come from. where I come from, when I was young, you know, there was a story that in our village, nobody has ever gone to the university. So when I went to the university, all the time I was going there to encourage the young people that you can do it, you can make it. Today, you may not have that, have those resources to do capital investment, but you have the resources that God has given you. Deuteronomy 8:18. God has given you ability and capacity within you. You have energy resource. You can use it. You have the thinking capacity. You can use that. You have emotional ability. You can normalize the emotions in your community. So you can be able to start wherever you are, offer that solution. Right now, I mentor young people, and one of the challenges that we are having is the issues of drugs. And there are many people who want to they want to stop smoking bangi. They want to stop those things. They are not able. Maybe you know them, and I'm sure you know them. Maybe that is where you need to start. Walk with these people, speak to them, encourage them, and who knows, maybe by the time you get resources, you have your own rehab, whereby you are now picking these people in our communities, rehabilitating them so that they are able to be profitable to our organization. So don't say, hey, George, me, I have no resources, not like Optiven Foundation. No. God has given you those resources, and you can use them to create that difference.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think what strikes me looking around this room is that God created each one of you individually and especially to be you. There was no mistake. He made you who you are very intentionally. He placed you in this place, in this room, at this time, very intentionally. And God has a plan for each of you to be exactly the kind of leader that we're talking about. But it won't happen by accident, at least in most cases. We have to be a bit intentional. And I believe it starts small. It doesn't have to be, I'm going out here and I'm going to start a foundation and I'm going to build a school or a hospital. It can start very small. Look around you. Who are the people around you that you can begin to serve in ways that you feel God is telling you to? It can be as simple as making for someone a cup of tea, bringing somebody home for a meal, creating space for somebody to rest when they need to rest, giving somebody an ear when they need to talk. By doing those small things, you'll begin to see, I believe, unfolding for you what it is that God has planned. And you'll begin to see, this is where my passion is. This is where my strength is. This person was really struggling. I spoke to them or we did something together and we were able to make progress. We were able to move forward. And as you begin to see those places, those circumstances, those conversations where God is using you, it begins to unfold this vision of perhaps where God could be taking you. And that's when you begin to take step by step in the direction that God is calling you and become that leader that He has called you to be. But I'm also a big believer we can be leaders where we are now. You don't need to go on a 10-year journey before you become a leader. Lead now in your university, in your campus, in your neighborhood, in your community, in your church. Find those small things you can do, and they'll make a big difference. So lead now, don't wait for later. And I think the final thing I would say is find a problem and fall in love with it. Somebody told me once, never fall in love with your solution. Fall in love with the problem. Because the problem will continue to evolve, it will continue to change, and by knowing your problem so well, you will learn how to solve it and respond to it as it evolves. So even as you look for that space to serve and that space to lead, look for that one problem you think God keeps bringing back in front of you, that one challenge that keeps popping up in your path everywhere you go. And perhaps by focusing on that, you can be the leader who finds a solution for those in your community to address that problem.
Wow, I really want to just plug in into what she just said. And that problem that you find is your pinching point. So find a pinching point. Find that something that makes you want to stand, like you don't want to see that thing happening. You want to see things done differently. Don't wait for others to do it. Do it yourself. And to sum it up again, I want to really emphasize on finding your passion and ensuring that your passion intersects with your purpose. So those two things, when they intersect, then you'll be able to thrive with whichever solution that you're providing to your communities, you'll find them. I will close by saying an equation that I think worked for me very well. As much as there were many issues that I faced as a young person with albinism growing up, there was also the realization that I couldn't voice myself or voice my voice for others until I first accepted who I was. So I had to start the journey of self-awareness. Where you are right now, it doesn't matter what you have been for the last 10 years. What matters is take stock today. Become aware of who you are, what issues around you can you help find solutions to, and with that self-awareness, you'll start accepting that reality, and it doesn't matter where you come from, where you were born, or what are the bad experiences you've had in your life. The minute you're aware of yourself, you accept that state of life. And with accepting, nobody will put you down like, oh, you come from Kenya and there's no food there. No. You have the confidence to tell them, yes, I come from Kenya, there was no food then, but I will ensure there's food today. So walk through that journey of self-awareness to self-acceptance to self-advocacy. The minute you're able to advocate for yourself, then that's the time then you advocate for yourself and others who identify with the pinching point that you are able to identify. So it's never too late. You can start building your milestones and achievements towards changing the society today. Thank you.
I'm loving where this conversation is going. I could pick up from any of the three things you guys have said, but I'm going to pick up on what Waithera has said, because it's become a big thing nowadays to be told, use your voice, right? We hear that a lot. Cindy, use your voice, use your voice. But what does this voice mean? What do you mean when you say, find your voice? What do you mean when you say, use your voice? Have we not been using our voices? We use our voices every day, Cindy. We wake up in the morning, we chat with our friends, we speak with people around us. We're using our voices, but somehow it's like there's another using of our voices that we seem to not have tapped into, that other people seem to have tapped into. So what is this finding our voice and using our voice?
Wow, that's very detailed. And I'm trying to think that when people tell you, use your voice, you know, we are in a society whereby people have become copycats. When you see people throwing stones, you go and throw stones. Using your voice means, what do you stand for? If it is your social media, what do you stand for? We are in a situation whereby there are people we call keyboard warriors. These people, they come to where the pastor's page is, and their job is to vomit negativity. They go to where political parties are. They are experts, they are keyboard warriors. They are using their voice in the wrong manner. You can use that voice because you stand for authenticity, you stand for empowering people. You can transform those platforms to be a platform of empowering other people. I remember one time I ran a Facebook, very vibrant Facebook called George Washuri Facebook. There was a time I was waking up in the morning at 3 a.m. just to write something to encourage people. And one time, a lady called me and said, I read this discussion on your Facebook. I read the article, and I changed my mind of committing suicide. She wanted to commit suicide. That means you can use your voice to transform people on that Twitter, on that Facebook, on that Snapchat. However, some of us, we are using these tools to really dismantle the society, dismantle our leaders. And let me tell you, if you find yourself in that platform, one day you'll be a leader. And don't think Uhuru Kenyatta doesn't read those negative comments. He does. One day you'll be top there. Na wewe utafanya nini? Utakatwa. Let us stand for something. We push it. Be it that vision that you have, and you can be able to change this country. You can change your community. You can change your village. One of the things I did when God gave me resources, because they are not mine, I am a custodian of God's resources. I did a whole secondary school in Labora with other friends. I joined all the old boys and girls. Nikamwambia, tujenge shule hapa. Now students are going there. Use your voice and let that voice, what you stand for, change our country. I was talking to Joe when I was coming here and says, one time, a president of Republic of Kenya will come from Inuka. And I told him, yes. Thank you.
Amen.
It's very difficult to follow that, but it resonates for sure. I think what was going through my mind, both listening to the question and listening to you speak, was use your voice, but don't just be a noisemaker. Have some intention. What are those other conversations that you've been having that have brought things to mind about what God is calling you to, where God is calling you to make a difference? Use your voice very intentionally to speak into those same things. So use your voice, but use it wisely, use it intentionally, use it purposefully. And that will continue to then craft your journey of leadership. And the second thing, and it sounds cliche, but is walk the talk. So don't say something, then do something else. If you're advocating for a particular group or people or a particular practice on social media or in a conversation like this or wherever, don't just advocate for it, then go and behave differently. You have to follow through with your actions. Because otherwise, people watching you, all they see is a hypocrite. So follow through with the actions that match what it is that you've been speaking up for.
Well, I think they exhausted all my checkouts. But yes, I think one thing I want to emphasize on about using your voice, then remain consistent. So you can't be today you stand for A and tomorrow you stand for B and the other day you stand for C. So there has to be something that is very consistent about what you stand for. For example, if you ask me, I have a personal mantra to inspire, to engage, and to transform. And if I don't do that in anything that I do on a day-to-day basis, I feel very guilty because then I realize I am losing track from my voice, you see? So you must find what you want to stand for, be consistent in it, and walk the talk like she has just said. So I cannot tell you don't discriminate persons with disabilities, and I'm discriminating other people from an ethnicity, background, all their other traits. So for me, I believe that we all can find our voice. We all can remain consistent in that we choose to find. And we shouldn't also have the barriers of, for example, if I say there are people who say, I'm an introvert, how do I find my voice? And I say there are also silent voices. A voice doesn't mean you have to be loud. He's using his Facebook page. It's just writing behind the keyboard and inspiring generations. And I actually follow your page. I didn't know I would meet you in person, but this is such an honor. But yes, whatever you do in whichever space, whether it's out there in the public, whether it's behind the keyboard, whether it's your interactions with other people, let it speak about the person you are and what you stand for, and especially the values that you believe in.
Wonderful. We can clap for sure. So to use Deborah's language, each of you has a problem you fell in love with, right? And I think people tend to see the tree after it has grown. No one sees the seed in the ground. No one sees it when it's growing. No one sees it when it's coming up. But when it starts bearing fruit, we are now aware, oh, wow, you have Optiven and you do all those things. But originally, what was the problem you fell in love with?
I think for me, when I was growing up, university, high school, I used to admire people who were well up. People driving, even a bicycle. When I see riding a bicycle, I feel nice, because I could not afford it. So I always don't like seeing or experiencing people having challenges. Call it poverty. And That's why even you look at Optiven, we say goal number one for Optiven is to create 30,000 jobs by the year 2030. Why? We want to empower these people. Right now, we have been running a campaign, we are calling it George Washiori School of Mentorship. Helping these people who are starting businesses and dying. According to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, for the last 5 years, we have lost 2.2 million businesses. Can you imagine? That's a huge portion, given that in Kenya, we have about 7.2 million businesses, both formal and informal. So we have lost 2.2. Those are jobs lost. So we say, if George Washington can encourage these entrepreneurs, these business people on few tips on how to sustain a business, you are creating jobs. And I'm so happy that the people we mentor, we had the first graduation, the next one is this month, 29th. They are having testimonies. Simple things like branding. Simple things of like a customer relationship. These businesses are being sustained. So for me, if I can do something to reduce or to bring everybody in Kenya above poverty line, I think I'll be smiling to the bed. And that's my calling. In fact, I have a slogan, just like Waidela, that for me, before I die, I must make the world a better place. Period. That's why sometimes nakasirikanga napeana my 3-month salary to a certain project. Nasema nataka kusikia vile nilikuwa nikisikia when I had no money. Na inaipeana. That is a call for George Washiori. The same with you. Even as you go out there to be leaders, have that reason, what our facilitator is telling us, that can make you wake up at 3 a.m. And I also tell people that we are all here. If you find yourself waking up at 6, I can guarantee you, I don't need to be a prophet like our pastor. You'll be poor. People who control the world, by 4 a.m. they are up. And they say the world is controlled by 5% of the people. 95% they are bystanders. Wanaangalia tu, kunafanyika nini? Where, Debs, iko nini? What is happening at this church? Do not be a bystander. Go to the action. Go to the army. Take your AK-47. Your knowledge, your wisdom, your understanding. Man, we are living in a situation whereby we have resources. We only require people like you to align the resources. Back to the facilitator. I've put a comma.
It's very difficult to follow you. But I think the problem that I focused on was injustice and how that plays out in inequity. So when I first came to Kenya, I was in university. I had grown up in a country where public education was free. It was very good quality. University was almost free. There are lots of other costs, but the fees were almost covered by the government. Healthcare was fully provided for. And then I saw something very different when I came here. And I saw that to access good quality services, whether it's education, health, whatever it is, you have to be above a certain income level. And that's devastating because it means as a child, it's not your fault where you're born. It's not your fault how much money your family has. It's not your fault what jobs your parents do. But you pay, unfortunately, the price of your household income level. And in worst case scenario, it means you don't live to see your 1st, your 5th, your 10th birthday. Best case scenario, you struggle and struggle and struggle all the way through. But the services you're supposed to receive are compromised from day one. And so this huge sense of, I have to give something back because I was so blessed to benefit from so much that I have to share and I have to do something. And even now in my role with Dignitas, now raising my own kids, and school fees, I won't lie, is a struggle wherever you are. But I'm privileged to be in a position to be able to send my kids to the school I want them to go to pay the school fees, and to be able to make sure they're in a place where they can thrive. This morning, I left my daughter at home with a maths tutor because she's struggling with maths. I know I can afford to do that to help her because it's what she needs to be able to succeed. But then when we work at Dignitas with all these other schools, we see that parents just don't have those choices. And they don't have those choices because they don't have the resources, not through any fault of their own. And so how do we address that inequity? How do we remove it so that whether a child is born in Mathare, in Kahawa, in Langata, wherever, that they have the same opportunity to thrive and succeed as any other child? And I guess that's been my drive over the years.
So speaking after two powerful people, I think next round I'll go first. Yes, and for me, I want to say the thing that I tried to solve, or I try to solve on a day-to-day basis, is exclusion. And when I talk of exclusion, I am talking of the very marginalized. Because you see, when you look at people who have multiple and intersecting issues around their life, for example, I can say, use myself again, I'm a girl, so a lot of organizations are addressing girl-child issues. But then when I walk to those organizations addressing girl-child issues, very few are able to meet my needs as a girl with a disability. So it goes further from not just being a girl, but a girl with a disability. And then besides having a disability, again, a girl with a disability from a very poor background. So you see, like, there's also the very farthest behind within the diversities that we have. So for me, the exclusion of those very marginalized and trying to bring them closer and to be on an equal playing ground with others. So trying to bring the young girl with a disability to the same level with the other girls who don't have a disability, for me, is really my call and purpose. And I also hope that at the end of this conversation, I'm also going to engage my fellow panelists and also like establish in your work and the things that you do and care for. Have you remembered the farthest behind? Do you have, is there the representation of the very marginalized, that young girl with a disability who can't access education? And then when we come up with solutions to solve these issues, do we think universally or inclusively? Like, do we think when you're building that school, there's a student in that village who will be using a wheelchair? Are they going to be able to access the services within that institution? So for me, I speak now inclusion, and I remind everybody from employers to policymakers to everybody, like people running such a function, that inclusion matters and everybody must be on the table. So meaningful participation and engagement of everybody, regardless of their multiple and intersecting challenges.
Amazing. This might be my last question. If I hear you well, we all have a picture for the society we want to see. We want to see a society where all kids get access to good education, where every person gets access to good health, where people of all walks are treated equally and given equal opportunities. That's why we're talking about an inclusive society where no one is discriminated based on, color, race, tribe in Kenya, tribe. And we're coming to 2022, tribe. You will remember me saying this, tribe. Please, usichague, inaitwaje, what do they call it? Suti. Niwekuja kuchagua suti. You please do not do that to us. We have seen what we did. Personally, I was one of them. But I'm choosing that in the coming elections, I will actually recognize that my voice is a vote in that situation. It's someone coming and asking me, Joanne, who do you want to lead you? And I'll say Suti. Was that the answer I should have given? No, I should have put some thought into it. I should have said, let me see who has the best policies and things like that. So we have to really think about what kind of society do we want, and then realize we are the ones to create it. It's not George and his Facebook group. It is George, Debbie, myself, and even you seated there. And so maybe what would you say to people who are wondering, does my small contribution matter? What would you say to that person who's hesitant, even after you've shared all these things, even after you shared how you came from poverty, how you came and saw a need and plugged into a country that's not your own, how you worked past what society said, and still, they're hesitant to make a change?
I go first. So change. Yes. Sorry, Mr. Oshuri. So change how you see how you change. Can I hear that?
Say it again.
Change how you see how you change. Yes. Change how you see, don't be the bystander. I think that's the one thing we are all agreeing. Change how you see, then see how you change. Because you see something needs to be done, don't fold your hands and wait for others to do it. Change it, and then you'll really feel good looking back and saying, this situation is better because I chose to do something. So I leave you with change how you see how you change.
Wow, that's powerful. I think the thing kind of ringing in my mind as I listen across all these powerful, yes, we know, but not in the sense we think of many of our powerful worldly leaders today. So when we think about becoming leaders, what is it that we're working towards? And we think I can or I can't or I will or I won't. Are we thinking about leadership in the right way? Jesus led by finding those most in need and sitting with them. He led by reaching out to those who were the trash of society, who nobody else wanted to talk to. Are you leading in that way? He led with physically not very much resource. He didn't have a bank account. He didn't have all of these things that we think we need before we lead. Oh, I'll lead once I get rich. Once I'm able to pay the bills, then I'll lead. That's not the example that was set for us by Christ. So when we think about we will or we won't become leaders, or we can or we can't become leaders, are we thinking about the right model of leadership? Or are we thinking about the model of leadership we see from actually the greatest leader in history, but one that's not often perceived that way by the world around us?
Wow. Interesting. When we were talking about your vote and the change, somebody said, if you want some change, first and foremost, change yourself. There are many times we say, mimi hasta siendi huduma. Ai, kura kamoja tu na tuko 43 million. You are a bystander. This particular city, there is always some conferences and people are told, please come for public participation. There is this bill from Nairobi NMS, Nairobi Metropolitan Services. Come and discuss the bill. I have gone to several. We are so few. People don't turn up at all. Some of these bills affect you directly. Parliament, they have a website. Every time there's a bill in Parliament, everybody you have a permission to contribute. I belong to an organization called KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance. We make the loudest noise. And we have been able to influence government almost 30%. Because everything the government does, including curfews, we participate, say, no, don't close restaurants. Let's maintain social distance because restaurant hospitality employs a lot of people. And the reason, if you don't raise your voice wherever you are, I can tell you, mutakanyangwa, mutafinywa. And we are going to 2022. This is the time not for you to follow the masses. It is for you to follow your conscience. You may be alone, but you say you did the right thing. Let me advise you. Join associations. Join groups. Join networks that influences. And when you hear there is discussions in the county, in the city of Nairobi, in parliament, be there, participate. Write those articles, Adika. Write your story in books. They say the world is ruled by dead people. Why is our pastor quoting Peter Drucker, Billy Graham, Warienda? So if you don't do your story, by the way, if I die, and I'll die at 90, by the way, my age is 90 plus. That's my prayer to God. People be reading stories on how to manage successful business. And that's why for us at Optiven, we are saying, George is retiring in the next 10 years. Optiven is going to be global. You'll be the CEO for Optiven. I'll be a shareholder. I'll be eating dividends. Because we want Optiven to live 1,000 years, just like companies in her country. There's some companies who will be there for 1,000 years. But that particular change, my friend, must come from you. Your own families. Hey, sisi jamii yetu ni ya kupigana. My father was fighting with my mother. You are the change there. You have to tell your father. Now we are in another world. People don't fight. People negotiate. You start from your family. In colleges, meet with those student leaders. Tell them, don't ban dormitories. Don't ban hostels. Go to the vice chancellor, negotiate. The same with the business. We get tenders and deals and businesses. People buy properties from Optiven. Maybe you're selling them a manage at 9 million a property. By negotiations. Even before I came here, I met 2 customers. We were negotiating. That's a secret of life. Your vote count in your family, political situations, this civil duty, because we have a responsibility. And finally, before I close, we employ young people. By the way, Optiven, we have millennials as our people. And we mentor them, we train them, we sharpen them. And I tell them, every time you see a mistake or somebody stealing and you keep quiet, you're also a thief. And then we teach them on our values: professionalism, truthfulness, honesty, innovation. And every 3 months, we appraise them. This month, we terminated like 5 people. Why? They are dormant, they are not innovative. Be the change that you want to see today and tomorrow. Thank you.
We could listen till tomorrow, Cindy. But at this point, allow me to open up questions from our audience, because I'm sure they have questions. So if you have a question, same drill. Please just raise your hand. Our mic will come to you. You can address it to... Very well. Now, the challenge I gave for the mic coming here has stimulated some of you to act quickly. Please, sir.
Nagirai, bring me my pen and a notebook. Wherever Nagirai is, a pen and a notebook, because I know questions are going to be fiery.
Yes, thank you. Okay, to my leaders, our facilitators, Bwana Yesu asifiwe.
Amen.
Praise God.
Amen.
So I have questions and also I have opinions, because I thank God, first of all, these things are channeled so that the country can know and understand what is going on at Trinity, okay? And I want to thank you because of this program, Emerge Young Leaders Summit. This is a very powerful thing. I have one opinion for Washira, and I have questions for Washiuri. I'm sorry. And I have questions for the 3 of you, so I will hasten because of time. The first one is to George Washiuri. Okay, I can use George. I'm sorry, George, I'm sorry. Okay, the first one is going to Mr. George. And due to the poverty was spreading through our great country, Kenya, what are your plans to ensure that we are accommodated in one way or the other? Especially, you have now talked to us about that poverty which you really don't want to see in your life. What are your plans with those organizations you have and with those the good things you have? What are you doing so that it can accommodate those people? Because we have many people under poverty. We have been seeing in social media and we have been witnessing. Second, to Waithera, and people with special needs, what are you doing in order to counter with the challenges or with these challenges these special people are facing? What can you tell the people who are well in their conditions about the people with special needs? What are they supposed to do, and what are they supposed to really know about the special people? And to Deborah, we want a world where tribe, as the way you have talked, tribe is not a matter. Where you are coming from is not a matter. What matters is the heart and the heart of leadership that you are bringing, the impact that you are creating amongst the people. So now, because you are coming from UK and also you are in Kenya, what have you realized and what are we supposed to do as people in the continent so that even I can be a president in USA and I'm coming from Kenya like Obama, You can be the president of this great Republic of Kenya and you are coming from UK. What are your perceptions there? Now, an opinion to Washira. Oh my.
I buy you coffee after here. We have a round table.
Okay, this is the thing I've been talking. I've been going to, this is my 10th summit. And I want to say that I have never seen a meeting like this. And I thank God because I came to this meeting. So, George, this is a problem now. You have talked about 2022 and also the tribalism. And also now we were conversing with my friend outside when we were having breakfast. I was telling my friend, where are you coming from? Akasema mimi ni Mjaka natoka Nyanza, nikamwambia mimi ni Mkale natoka wapi Rift Valley. Then that thing has been hurting me. And it is the time we want to end this thing. By the way, we want to end that thing because that thing is causing chaos. Na inaleta vita like that of 2007. Okay? So submission to Washira, please help us. Siwekwe sheria. Wacha niseme kwa Kiswahili please.
Sema kabisa ndugu.
Siwekwe kwa sheria, nikikupata unaniita mimi ni Mkale ufungwe. What is the problem, George? You know, when I ask you, who are you, where are you coming from, you unaniambia mimi ni Mkenya, natoka Embu, natoka Kisumu. I'm a Kenyan, I'm not a Kalenjin, I'm not a Jaluo. Okay?
You have a point, yes.
Yeah, so nataka iweko kwa sheria, so tusaidie.
Oh my goodness.
So, please.
Okay.
Now, the last opinion. I want tukishaongeleshwa namna hii. Acha niongee kwa Kiswahili. Kwa nini hatuoni matunda kwa viongozi ambao tuko nao? Tumeongeleshwa kwamba we speak a voice that is really touching and that is really leading. But hatuoni kwa viongozi wa Kenya. Mbona viongozi wanalipa wa raia wapigane? Why? We are not seeing the fruits. Tumekuja hapa kukaa chini. That's why you find some empty chairs. Empty chairs are for those people now kuenda kupewa 50 shillings wanafanya vita kwa Kenya. Why are we not seeing the fruits that we have been taught here? What are we supposed to do so that we can evade? We want to live like Americans. They did their elections, wakachagua mtu, then they go to their business. Lakini sisi bado tunawindana. Unapata mtu anafunga virago leo Nairobi, anaenda ushago juu anajua hapa tutachomwa. Why? George, I don't want to use that other name. George, please. Your voice is good and it can be heard all over the country, so please help us.
That is.
Sorry, your name again. Yes, your name.
Evans. Take some questions to add onto the.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Sharon. I wanted to ask how should you allocate your career path according to if you have different passions, and if you have different passions, will it reduce your effectiveness in leadership? Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So there's a guy in black. The gentleman in black has had his hand up for a minute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kaimenyi Samuel from KCA. So my question is directed to Mr. George. So with an idea, you've talked the perception about the resources. With that specific idea, which are like strategies can I use to gather the resources to tackle that idea to solve a specific problem? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I only have room for 4 questions, and they shall be given to the first 4 people to get to me.
Leadership in action. I'll take 5, don't worry. Good job. Hey,
Telling you.
let me tell you. In fact, stand behind me. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask? A comment? Please feel free.
Somebody has just asked that question about the channel we are supposed to use to gather resources. My question was related on that because some of us, we have idea, but we don't know how to go about it because we have to use the strategic, the laws, the procedure that maybe has been put by the government, or maybe to use the constitution and all that. So for me, it was to ask my fellow leaders to ensure they are equipped on how to go about this system. They know what the constitution says, so that when you start, you're just haupigi ngumi nini kwa hewa, si ndio? You're using certain strategies. You're not just saying, I want to do this, but you're not using the right the procedure. Another thing is don't work alone. We have people we can engage, understand who you can approach, and with all these, we can achieve. Thank you. Otherwise, my question was asked.
Thank you. Do you see the importance of having a voice in the room? Do you see the importance of her saying there are people who can't actually come here? And then room has been made. Please use your voice.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Eugene Mika from Tibbs College, and I have a question and a comment. So my question is, should we become leaders for personal gains only? Because that's what our leaders are doing currently, yeah? Most of the leaders in every sector, that's what they are based on, yeah? You can see them selling their agenda, coming here each and every day to tell us what they want for us. But if you go deeper, you'll just find out that all these things are based on their self-interest, isn't it? So that's my question. And now I have a comment. So I've come to learn from this session that try everything, try, test, and at last choose whatever thing that you find is good for you. Thank you, Eugene Miko.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Tafaz Wabere from USIU. I want to ask a question again. My first question is directed to Deborah. Yeah, not to her side, but it emerged from what she said. I remember she said she wanted to be that one, yeah. But later on, she ended up being a pastor and not knowing who she wanted to be. So my question is, so is it possible that you can do something and later discover your purpose? Like, okay, you can do something before you discover your purpose or before you are channeled to really where you need to be. Is it possible like that? Because like, to some extent, I'm now feeling like maybe I'm in the wrong path. Yes. And also, my another question is, it's a question and also I need some advice. I can say since last year, I've been passionate of having like a philanthropy organization, I can say. But like, you know, in our community, our African community, personally I'm from Zimbabwe, in our African community, for you to be recognized, it takes time. And how can I manage, like how did you guys manage to reach where you are like now? Because you can have distractions, you can have those discouragements. So how did you keep your grip? And you know, I remember in January, we wanted to, me and my friends and I, we are 5 of us, we wanted to register for the organization, but the amount which we were told to pay for that registration, okay, you are trying to do something good for the community, but now corruption is even weighing you down much more than what you want to impact. So how do we do with such a situation? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Let us keep the questions brief in the interest of time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Desmond Owino, and I would like to start with a comment on why we do not see the fruit instead of in what we invest in. And my reason for my comment on that is because you can never see the fruit when you remain in the roots. Wakenya wengi tumebaki kwa mizizi, ndio maana hatuoni matunda. Fruits are not formed in the roots, but the fruits are formed above when the process has finished. So I'd like us as youth, as leaders, to begin identifying the problem or the reason why we are not seeing the fruit in our leaders is because we are remaining in the roots of the past. Number two is my question, is how can we be able as young leaders to slash out to be able to flash in? For example, if you're in a situation whereby, like I'm a spendthrift, so I'm in the situation where I want to flash out the spendthrifting and I want to save. What am I going to do to save? Or let's say you watch the news and you see the percentages that they do it very well, the statistics of children who have not attended. What can we do as young leaders to ensure what has not been done can be done? So that's my question.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mine is directed to George. I want to really congratulate you for the opportunity to give 30,000 jobs. You've already given me one. I got the opportunity. I am the voiceover behind Amani Ridge, the place of peace, that advert. Thank you so much. My question is, I lead a company called Fearless International that does mentorship and trainings. And for a long time, I have been a student of saying that we lead by influence. By God's grace, I've been able to sit and train very powerful people in the country. But yesterday, I felt small. I went to town to run some errands, and I parked around Hilton. And then I paid for my parking. Then after a few minutes, I received some messages that I have not paid for parking and that my car is going to be clamped. And after a few hours, I went back and I found the car clamped. Now, it was a bit devastating because I had paid, so I was told I have to go to City Hall. I walked to City Hall only to find there is a lot of corruption on the face. So I went and I argued my case, and I was told you used the wrong code to pay for parking. So I'm trying to argue my case, then I'm told, listen, the problem is not us. The problem is above, you know? The people in charge are giving us a lot of pressure. So what we are doing is just complying. So I was just there asking myself, as a person with only one vote, they were asking me for over 10,000. Then they reduced it to 5,000. Then they reduced it to 2,000. And I was just there hoping and saying, I think this country, we have been told to pray so much until we have missed the point. I think time comes for us to stop just praying and even also look for leadership places so that we can now influence from the place of position. And it's a challenge to all my young people out here. 2022 is coming. If you have a call to do anything, I think as TCR, we are going through the journeys of faith, and we are talking about Joseph. And Pastor Steve, there is no place you've told us that Joseph prayed for the country, but you've taught us that Joseph rose to occasion, and he changed the nation. So it's a challenge to all of us. Let us rise to positions of power. But my question is, how do you do if you are the founder of such a big company, but then you go to Nairobi and then unatoka ukiwa una feel umefinywa? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Rachel. I am the daughter of the creator of this world. And I have a question for all of you. Mr. George, I think you said something to do with you pick students that don't necessarily do so well, if I'm not wrong. What is your motivation, or why do you pick such kind of students? And when we go to like all other organizations that pick students, they take the top students. So yeah. Deborah, you said that you changed your passion. How was it for your parents? How were you able to convince them to move from like being someone like a doctor to going to theology school, right? How are you able to do that? And how can someone in such a position, especially in Africa, be able to tell their dad, I don't want to be a lawyer, I don't want to be a surgeon, I want to study something else, I want to do business, okay? Especially for people who don't have the money and they're relying on their parents to do that for them. Jane, you talk about inclusivity, and so sometimes you kind of know that you have a leader in you, but things happen along the way. Sometimes it's sexual abuse, sometimes it's just general abuse from even relatives, not necessarily sexual, but something that messes with your self-esteem. So how do you pick yourself up and say, I have been abused, I have gone through hard situations. How am I going to pick myself up and become the leader that God wants me to be? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are very, very amazing questions. Please, we are a bit over time, so if we can keep our answers brief, but also address everything we've been asked, that would be amazing. So for anyone, feel free to start. Deborah, you look ready.
I was looking at my neighbors to start and lead the way. Wow, those are excellent questions. Thank you guys for participating in that way. So let me start with Evans and his question about how do we do things like they do in UK? And let me start by saying I think it's the wrong question. We shouldn't want to be like the UK or like the US. Let's find our own excellence. Let's look at our own strengths. Everything I learned almost that I'm sharing here today, I learned working here, not in the UK. My entire adult life, since I left university, I've been here. So I am as much a product of Nairobi as I am of where I happened to start off in the UK. Yes, my parents were a huge influence. And to any of you who aspire to be parents, take the role seriously. It's a big piece. But let's stop looking outside and for how we can become like others. UK child poverty is increasing. The US, I think the list of issues is long. Let me not go there. Let's assume that the grass is always greener or the streets are paved with gold out there. Let's find our own excellence. We have so much resource and strength here. Let's figure out instead how to tap into that and lead the world from here, instead of the world leading us from elsewhere.
So I want to go next because Mr. Washira Elias Washiri has a lot of questions. Yes, we have a new name for you. So I want to go very quickly to the question on the first one. I'll start with the last one that has been asked around how to rebuild your self-esteem, especially when you've gone through something very traumatic. I would say it's not always easy. I say, for example, myself, I'm in my early 30s, and the self-esteem you see today is something I have built only for the last 10 years. So before then, my esteem was always up and down, up and down. And at 21 there, I decided to seek help. So if you've gone through something that is really traumatic in whatever way, including like rejection and a lot of childhood memories that really like haunt you, please seek help. Speak to a therapist, speak to somebody that you trust. And I am very sure with that process, then you'll be able to speak out. Many years ago, I couldn't even speak about my mother leaving me. Every time you mention my mom, I would cry. Today, I am in this. I've not shed any tear because I have accepted that situation and I've worked on my inner self to project now the energy you see outside. So please don't sit back and feel bad that you went through that experience. There's a reason why you went through it, but seek help, speak to people, and if you can also get a mentor who can help you walk through that journey. So the other question was asked around where to start when there's no resources, and I will tie that with Tafazo's question where he was talking about they want to do something, but the registration process and everything else is very hard. I'll tell you how I navigate this and how I see this. So there are so many upcoming opportunities for accelerator programs, innovation, and all these kind of platforms where you don't need like a mainstream registration to do something or to like sell a product or a service. You get in through those opportunities, pitch your idea and start there, and eventually the question around people with special needs, I will start by correcting that and say they are persons with disabilities. Nobody has special needs because we start by the person first language. So we are all people. And what we have, we with disabilities, are impairments. And those impairments, when they encounter barriers, we've talked about barriers, the societal barriers, then that is when it becomes disabling. So what I think we can all do as a society is to remove the barriers that hinder inclusion, is to be the voice and say, not everybody can run here to ask a question. That we have removed the barrier because somebody's voice would have been left behind. So we look at persons with disabilities as people first, then look at them as people with impairment. It could be visual, it could be mobility, it could be hearing. There's so many broad impairments that people have. Then we remove the barriers that would hinder those people from participating. If we remove the barriers, we are all people and all equal. So no special needs, no special treatment, no nothing. So if we want to be inclusive, we must remove the barriers to inclusion, and then the society will be for everybody. So there's no language like able-bodied people and non-able-bodied people. No, we are all people. We need to remove the barriers and have an equal, inclusive world. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you.
So let me answer one final question before we let you now wrap up all the hanging ones. So there was a question that came up, I think, twice about changing pathways. And actually, our friend who was up here last, sorry, I didn't catch your name, you talked about changing passion. But I think for me, the key was I wasn't changing passion, but I realized the pathway I was on wasn't going to allow me to fulfill my passion, fulfill the purpose to which God was calling me. So the starting point is understanding your purpose and understanding what it is that God has planned out for you. And God doesn't reveal the whole picture at once, but you'll at least have an idea of what He's calling you to, what you're passionate about, and how He might be able to use that. Now, in terms of negotiating with your parents, for me, there wasn't a financial implication in my decision. So I realize I speak from a place of privilege in responding to that question. But I know that sometimes we have very difficult relationships with our parents. And my advice would be to look for somebody who can walk that journey with you. It might be a pastor, a youth pastor, it might be your mentor, it might be an older cousin, an older sibling, who can help you have that difficult conversation with your parents. Maybe speak to them about the path that you're following and why, what's driving you, and help them to understand it from your side. So that would be my suggestion.
Just a quick one to add on, like what you've made to study and what you become. You know, we have engineers who are news anchors. So I believe there's always a transition between academic and the world of work. And if you also like, yes, sometimes you have to respect our parents, you know, like these African parents, you will not, like if I told my grandmother I would not go to the teachers' college, that would have been an insult to her because she's struggling to look for the school fees. And she's also like, this is an opportunity she never knows. If I don't go there, what else can I anyway become, you see? So what I think I would say, if you find yourself in such a situation, then complete that, because I use a lot of my teaching skills actually in my day-to-day work today. And then post-university or post-college, then plug into a mentorship or a work readiness program that will mentor you towards your passion, but not towards your academic qualifications. And those opportunities exist through something I hope Mr. Washuri talks about, because I heard him talk about it, and something we are doing with the project called Employable, because it's not really about your academic qualifications. It's more about, are you work ready and what is your passion and how can you plug you to the world of work? Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, my able panelists, and you have made my work very easy. And yes, I start with Evans. Just to say that, I start with how is George Washiuri ensuring that poverty is reduced across. One of the things that we do, and you can do it, is empowering other people. One of the things that we are suffering from in Kenya is lack of mentors. I think Pastor was talking about it. Lack of mentors. Get that good mentor that you don't need to make 15 businesses that feel like George Washiuri. You can be able to start a business and succeed. Why not? That is one thing. And for us, we say that, like for me, I met about 500 business owners on Zoom. Over COVID, we are now doing cohort 2. Why? When these guys are empowered, they are the people to create opportunities for you and others. And those who are in business, I think I met a few. You can join. It's easy. Nagira is around. Just do an email, george@optiven.co.ke. You can join cohort 3. And even have graduation. Graduation. And the things are happening. That's one way, Bwana Evans. Number 2 is expanding our businesses to accommodate more people to work for Optiven Vision, which is to be the champions of socio-economic transformation. That's our vision as Optiven. And we have done that. We have discovered that real estate, you may not really hire 30,000. It has a limitation. We said, wait a minute, what can we do? We went to hospitality. We have one of the biggest entertainment center in Kajiado called GMC Place, www.funplace.co.ke. The biggest family entertainment center. You come with the children there, you swim there, all types of games are there on a 10-acre development. We hired 100 people there. 100 in one hiring. We also discovered hospitality, you can create jobs. We went to Karen, the Hub Karen, one of the most beautiful facility in that side of town. We opened a franchise called Eagle Peak Spa. We specialize on pork ribs. We hired 50 people there. They said, wait a minute, we are creating jobs. We went to the waterfront, another beautiful facility there, a big mall. We opened Panarottis. We are the only company that has got wood-fired pizza in the whole country. We had another 30 people, and we are expanding. So Evans, that's one way we are creating opportunities for our Kenyan people. And for all the entrepreneurs in the hall, like the fearless CEO, let's keep expanding. You find Chinese are coming here, they are really expanding. Nasi tuko tu hapa. We need to expand so that when we tithe, our churches are growing. Tunatoka hapa, tunajenga nyumba ya mawe, ya Mungu, cathedral. That's the spirit. And then finally, for Evans, partnerships. You cannot work alone. You cannot work alone. Get the right partner, do stuff together, conquer the world. Be like the army generals. When you go to fight in Somalia, you can't go and fight alone. There are battalions. Find your battalion on that WhatsApp. If your WhatsApp is only politics, be very careful. You'll be swallowed. Find a battalion of entrepreneurs, business people. But if you are called like Evans to go to politics, ingia hapo UDA, ingia hapo Jubilee, ingia hapo, let your voice be heard. Evans, are you happy? Tribalism. Hey, my good. Tribalism tribes is the best thing. I think Debs talked about it. We are so talented in terms of tribes. The other day we went to deliver Hulshias in Mount Aragon. Can you imagine? You see the cultures of these tribes. I'm sure Debs, you know, it's beautiful. Masai, I love Masai. Aboriginal, my shosho was a Masai. Good people. Kikuyu community. Kalenjins. The only thing is, you as a leader, don't use your tribe to tell them those ones are not good. Remember, we are all children of God. So Evans, somebody saying you are Kare, si mbaya. Yeah, hey, Kikuyu, si mbaya. And that's why for us at Optiven, we have hired the face of Kenya. I think last year you awarded an award. Everybody, including people from Coast, were co-Optiven. But the only thing we say, the official language is Kiswahili and English and French. Those others, ukienda huko, it is helping us.
Shalom. Shalom talked about how to know your identity career. I think that was answered. And I think Waithira talked about having a mentor. Shalom, were you in this side? Hey, chukua mkono nikuone. Ako wapi? Hey, there, yeah. Have a mentor. Don't be like George Washuri. I had no mentor. I made so many mistakes. Until today, now I have 3 mentors. One of them is Dr. James Mwangi. The other one, Dr. James Mwangi, because of creating opportunities for other people and innovation. The other one is Manu Shadaria for charity work. Wherever you go, donated by Manu Shadaria. The next 10 years, you'll be seeing donated by George Washuri. Umutakuwa mukiona hiyo. I'm replacing him. The other mentor is Vimal Shah for the activities he has done in Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And then finally, my own bishop, Reverend Phillips Katutu, who saw me when I was desperate, I was depressed, I lost all the friends. I had no friends. I had only 2 friends, my wife and my bishop, Reverend Katutu. Shalom, tafuta mentor. If you don't find, go to George Washuri YouTube. I do virtual mentorship, and you can learn a lot from that YouTube. If you have not subscribed, you are missing out. Samuel, KCA University. Wow, I once did a talk there, KCA University. You have a big idea, magnificent idea. How do you actualize it? Yani ikue mula. Unajua mula? Ikue pesa. Yeah. It's my own story. When I lost everything, this time I lost 5 million on a business deal. It was my 10-year savings. I lost it through another deal. I was down for a year. What did I do? I went to industrial area. I told Muindi, I can sell tissue papers. You can sell tissue papers? Yes. I said, yes. Bring your ID. Nikaweka ID hapo. Nikapewa bills. Ninazungusha. At the end of the day, I have 150 shillings, 200 shillings. I did that for almost 3 months. I did not have capital, but I had an idea that I can use my mouth to talk to people on hygiene. This is the best tissue paper in East and Central Africa. Mtu anashukua unauzaje naongeza bei. Yeah, naongeza bei by 10 bob on top. And I made money. You have an idea, you must not have financial capital. You have social capital. Yeah, you have mind capital. You have relationship capital. There are many capitals. Samuel, tunasaidiana hapo. Eh? Yeah, that is Samuel. I hope I have helped you. If not, you can follow me on my Facebook. Yeah. And for Samuel, by the way, I have a young guy who came to my office at Absa Plaza and told me, George, I'm going to go back to the village because nimetafuta kazi sipati. Nikamwambia hapana. Create something to do. Nikamuuliza, how many WhatsApp group are you in? Akaniambia niko kwa 15 WhatsApp groups and I'm the admin. Nikamwambia, you are the admin. Don't give anybody else to be admin. Be alone. Those WhatsApp groups start with Optiven. Be sharing our properties there. I'll be paying you 10,000 a month. Then I gave him another 3 referrals. So on one WhatsApp group of 250 people, there are 6 subscribers, each paying 10,000. Fanya hesabu. Fanya hesabu ni pesa ngapi? 60. Wewe uko na WhatsApp group. The only thing you do there ni emoji. Emoji. They are called emoji. Emoji. Hapo tu. That is money. If you have 10 WhatsApp group, hiyo ni pesa. If your Facebook iko na 50,000 followers, wewe tu asubuhi tu kuangalia, hiyo ni pesa. Ask Optiven. Optiven, come and advertise your manage here. Garden of Joy Machakos here. Success Gardens Zikatanga. Wake hapa na tutakulipa. Because you are already an influencer. LinkedIn. Hata huja update. You have not updated. How do we help you, Samuel? How do we help you? If you don't have followers, create a controversy. People will rush there. What are you doing? Why is there? Come and see. Debs, come and see. Unapata likes. Unapata likes. Yeah, create a controversy. And then come to Optiven. Wewe, mimi, I'm an influencer. Yeah. And by the way, easy way of generating money. People who follow me with the DJ Covenant, I should tell you how much we pay DJ Covenant to host FB Live with George Washiri. We do it every week. Ni pesa. Jaras, mulimuona. We are doing show with him. Ni pesa. Na ni mdomo tu. Can you imagine? Please don't sit on your talents. And Inuka, you are doing an amazing job. That is for Samuel only. Eugene. Tips College. I need to come there and speak to the young guys. Tips College. So, Joe, nipeleke hapo. Tips College. The role of a leader. By the way, leaders are not only politicians. Debs told us. You are a leader. Debs, Waithera, they are leaders. There are so many good leaders you do not know because for you, you know, mkubwa ni mtukufu rais, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, his deputy, Dr. Uhuru Ruto. My friend, there are so many leaders that we have, even here. Our own pastor is a leader here. And they are good. There are others, like the mentors I mentioned. Dr. James Mwangi, they are there. George Washiri, they are here. Debs are here. Waithera is here. So when talk about leadership, you can create your own influence by what you do. Look at Optiven. Optiven, we have created an influence. When I go to negotiate a deal with NTV or Citizen, I'll get a better deal than anybody else in this country. Me, I dictate what I pay. Yeah. Oh, you are charging this. This is a red card. We don't follow red cards. That's why we're able to be on Citizen, on NTV, on KTN, on K24, Kameme. We are all over. Because when you create an environment that can be able to control people's decisions, your decisions will rule. If George can do it, a young boy, a poor boy from Kieni, a Kieni man can do it. You can do it. You are from the city of Nairobi. Yeah, Pastor hapa uko na watu wa nguvu. They can do it. These are the next billionaires. But you can't do it, as the pastor said when he was speaking, without discipline. Practice 70-10-10 rule. When you get money, even if you get 10,000, 20,000, 10% tithe. 10% invest. 10% sort out your insurance. You are driving a car na huna personal accident cover. Unasema, my cover is Jesus. Then ukipata accident, what's up? Changia, join through the link. We must train you, teach you, mentor you to be the people that we want you to be. 70%. Enda pale kwa maduka. Kubwa. Pima kiatu. Spoil yourself. But remember, mukubuke foundation kama hizi. That was for who? Eugene. Topaz, USIU. Topazo. Beautiful name here. How do you make it in life? Oh, how did these guys make it in life? Easy. Let me tell you a secret of success. A secret of success. And our forefathers knew it. Trust in God. When you wake up in the morning, kneel down and pray. Tell God you are the owner of the universe. Once you pray, work smart. Yeah. Sikuomba tu. You have to work hard, my friend. Topaz. Trust in God. Keep the push. Sometimes life is not easy. You have to keep going. Waking up at 3 a.m. is not easy, my friend. Writing books is not easy, but you have to do it. Number 3, join meaningful networks. Forget about useless, irrelevant networks. Ingia kwa Inuka networks. Know people. Who is doing what? Past our own churches. We challenge our members. Munakaa kwa kanisa, munasema hallelujah, oh hallelujah. You don't know your neighbor what she is doing. Yet this neighbor is a director, can give you a job, and you tell people, know people. Jua watu. Join networks. Work with great friends. Good friends. Friends that make a meaning in your life. Some of you have useless friends. Useless. They don't add value. You have useless networks. Leave those networks. Create your own networks. Finally, have goals. Yeah, please, my friends, have goals. Without a goal, you'll go nowhere. They say people with good goals, with objective goals, they don't see obstacles. You only see obstacles when your eyes go off the goals. That's the time you see obstacles. But once you are Focused, I can tell you, you can climb Mount Kenya, Mount Everest, Mount Kilimanjaro. Nothing is impossible. If George is here, and you are better than George, you can do it better. This is just for information for Topaz. You can join KEPSA Youth. KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, they have a program sponsored by MasterCard. They are mentoring young people. You have a good idea, they are financing you. The guy who is working there was our digital manager, so I can introduce you direct. Direct. Yeah? So you have that idea. Those are some of the avenues and others. Finally, Desmond Owino. Yeah, the guy of flashing out and? Yeah, you need specialist. Yeah, that's spend too. How do you save? Easy. Easy. You can save easy. Nimesha kupatia formula. 70 what? 70, 10, 10, 10. If you only save 10%, I can tell you, in the next 10 years, you'll be a millionaire. But you save, you also invest. That's why you must go and greet Optiven. Wako hapo nje. One of our senior managers is there. You have to invest. You must be disciplined. And the previous speaker talked about it. Discipline. Saving is not easy. Unaona kuna kamia kwa account. Unasema para, mimi naenda kutreat facilitator leo. Yeah. So put that money in a place you cannot withdraw, in a circle, so that you get discipline. And then finally, I talked earlier, get a mentor, listen to the right people, read the right books. Soma vitabu, our previous presenter, pastor told us, soma vitabu, listen to books, read the Bible. Me, I've read the Bible 3 times, all of it, yote. I think that's the best book. Fearless CEO, thank you so much for supporting Optiven. Very good. And this is what you can do. One time the Kenya Power came to our facility in Kitengela. They abused people. They disconnected power. Wakasema, we need 20,000 bribe to return power. I just went to the internet. Who is the MD for Kenya Power? Nikaangalia internet. I called customer care. What's the email for the MD? Nikapewa email, nikamwadikia. My friend, the lady came back running to return our power quickly. Because the only thing I did, I forwarded the message to her. The same phone that was asking for a bribe. Nikamwambia, I'm not talking to your president, to your boss. That is not the first time. Maybe what you need to do, go to the website of NMS. Just launch the complaint. Copy me, George at Optiven.0. I have the email for the NMS, Mejabadi. Tamabia, see what your people are doing. And that guy listens. Right now, NMS, they have facilities, they have Zoom meetings, they are calling people to participate. Nitakupatia a link in the next monthly meeting. Ingia hapo. Share your experiences. This is what these garagaria are doing. Garagaria, they are those people, the Greek word for those people who are implementing. They are called garagaria. They make the wheels do what? And if you're not careful, you can be harassed. Refuse to be harassed. Finally, I'm told my time is up. You inquire nani? Desmond or Owino? Pana fearless. Finally, my sister, Rachel. Why do we take students that are not too sharp? Sorry to say that. Students that are average or below average. Easy. Number 1, to give them hope. Number 2, to inspire them. Number 3, to tell others that you might not be a name material, but you have a skill God has given you. We are in construction company, but we are totally unable to get good plumbers, good painters. And thank President Uhuru Kenyatta for TVET. We are now able to train these people. That's the reason why I pick them. Mike, back to the facilitator. But before facilitator takes, remember, these people, they are the ones who become MCAs, governors, MPs. Where uko hapa University ya Zitech, uko KCA, utai kusimama MCA. They will rule over you because you are fearful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe, next time we need to give him a speaker session by himself. Tusimfungie hapa kwa plenary. Yeah? So please help me appreciate our panel. They've done such an amazing job. We agreed standing ovation today. Thank you so much, Waithera, Debs, as we've called you, Washira, aka Washuri. Thank you very much. We really appreciate the time and experience you've poured into us. We appreciate you. Please clap for them as they step down. God bless you and give you more opportunities to talk to the youth in Kenya. Thank you. So are we ready to go and engage our society? Hey, we don't sound ready. After 1.5 hours, we are not ready. Are we ready to go and engage our society? Are we ready to use our voice in our spaces? Are we ready to knock on those managerial doors when the mdogo amesema haiwezekani? Yeah? No, we are not ready. Are we ready? Yes. So please, like Georgia said, when you are encountering a challenge or something wrong is being done, you can actually just walk to the person who has the authority. Those people, we pay them, right? With our taxpayers' money. And me, when my tax is deducted every month, I want to see my employees if they're doing a good job. And if they're not, I want to ask them why they're not doing it, right? We can hold our leaders accountable. We're going to, I know we've sat a lot and Edu is here. We're going to get loose, shake a leg or two, maybe move our bodies. And so we're going to have Edu come in and lead us through that. Karibu sana.
All right, thank you so much, Jojo. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Let's appreciate her. Good afternoon. Tuko salama? Just check your seat. If there's anything on your seat, just hold it in your hands or put it aside. If there's anything on your seat, just hold it on your hands or put it aside. Then ensure your seat is well placed where you can sit up or rather sit down and stand up immediately. All right? I want to see those of us who went to academies and those of us who went to schools in groups. DEB, District Educational Board. All right, so I'll divide the audience into 3 categories. And I want to do this category on this pole, going this side will be one team. Then from that pole going this side up to this point will be another team. Then this side, you will be one team. Sawa sawa. This side, I will call you because nona hapa ndo kuna wazito. I will call you the thieves. Thieves, wezi, waibi, thieves, So for this activity, you'll be the thieves. Sawa sawa. Then for these guys, my good people over here, you'll be the police. All right? Then the people on this side, you will be the people. Sawa sawa. Tuwepata. People mko wapi? Thieves? Good, good, good. I like the thieves. Police? All right, so when I call upon your name, I want you to sit down and stand up. Sit and stand immediately, all right? Thieves? Perfect. Very obedient. Very obedient. People? Good. Police? All right, so I will tell a story. And this story will include all these characters. Sawa sawa. So when you hear your name being mentioned, kindly sit and stand, all right? So once upon a time were the people. Amazing. Let's now begin. Once upon a time were the people. And the people are afraid of the thieves because the thieves were stealing from the people. And so the people decided to call the police. But little did they know that the police and the thieves were in cahoots. The police received bribes from the thieves. And the thieves paid huge amounts of money to the police. So every single day, the people suffered. The people went to the judges. We don't have judges. The people went back to the police. But oh, did we not find out that in these people, in the police, even in the thieves, we had leaders who had attended the Emerge Summit. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. You may have your seats. Let us invite Joe Gashira. Thank you.
Amazing. Let's appreciate Adu. Thank you. Amazing. Are you guys having fun? Are you guys learning? All right. And we insist here at Inuka and at TCR, it's good to learn.
but it is important, as Pastor Steve puts it. It is important to put that into application. Sawa sawa. And so we're going to go into the next panel session. I see one of our speakers should be back in a minute, but I'll go ahead and introduce the ones that are here already. So I'll ask them to come to stage. Then, come on, let's appreciate them as they come. Dr. David, Madam Nancy, karibuni sana. You may have your seats into politics. And if not, what are some of the other ways we can use to engage or have a conversation around our participation as far as our community and political engagement is concerned? So that's what we'll be discussing in this panel. And we have amazing panelists. And so I'll ask them to please begin by introducing themselves. So next to me, maybe Doc, you could go first. Yeah, you could mention your name and what you do, what you're passionate about. Is your mic on?
Yeah, no.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? My name is David Washira. I am with the World Bank, actually in Washington, D.C., though my hometown is near Ruiru. That's where I grew up and I was raised. And then from there, went to Texas and then on to Washington. In short, I've known Joe for a good while. At least we've been working on a lot of youth empowerment issues. My passion is in youth, as we will discuss in the panelists, and particularly getting them involved in development and in participation. Let me just stop there for now, and then we'll speak a little bit more.
Amazing. Let's appreciate Dr. David. I know some of you are seated. Amazing. Let's appreciate Dr. David. I know some of you are seated there wondering. I've had a few hours here. I say, wow. Mokorino, Washington, D.C. There you have it. There you have it. No human is limited. All right. Next to him is another amazing lady. So, Nancy, if you don't mind just introducing yourself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy. I'm humbled being here. And I want to take this opportunity, even before I introduce myself, to really thank and congratulate Joy and your team for bringing the young people together. This is a really great opportunity for you young people. So my name is Nancy Gadege. I work with the State Department for Youth Affairs. We are based in Kencom House, 3rd floor. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate her. Thank you so much. And next to her is Mr. Cosma Gatere. So Cosma, if you just take a minute to introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I work for a company called Fedora Consulting Group. We do leadership, development, and organizational performance. Specifically, we train in the area of trust, helping leaders and organizations build and measure trust, and teaching them that trust is as important as transactions. And since we're human beings, the relational qualities of trust are very important. We also train in what we call relational results. And we've got some metrics that show the quality of relationships between an organization internally, between departments and staff, and between that organization and external stakeholders. We come up with the metrics and then take the organizational leaders and the members of staff through a process and through a program of improving the areas, the relational domains, as we call them, where they're weak. So we do a lot of facilitation and training for boards, organizations. In my personal capacity, I do a lot of youth mentorship. I've been involved with Inuka and also this church before. And I'm passionate about engagement by us as young people in owning and transforming the social agenda and not leaving it to others or even to politicians. And I hope we'll get an opportunity to talk about that later today.
Amazing. Let's appreciate Cosma. And I think that's a good place to start this conversation. When you talk about the social agenda, there's a lot that we find happening in our communities and around us, and sometimes we want to imagine that the government should be responsible for this thing, you know? I see Rev Steve, and I know he mentioned he's moving into a suburb, but where he's living now, I've been seeing him tweet and saying this road is not working, you know, something needs to be fixed here and there. And there's a lot within our social context that maybe is not working.
And sometimes we feel removed and not able to actually participate as young people in trying to see how do we fix these issues. And so I want to start by you, Dr. David, by asking, there's a whole conversation around social activism. If things are not working right, and as has been alluded in the previous panels, then it is my responsibility as a young person to have a voice in fixing that. But how do you see social activism as finding expression? You know, we've seen people like Boniface Mwangi going to the streets and slaughtering pigs and stuff like that. And yet we've seen these people who are referred to as keyboard warriors, guys who actually get online and get results from whatever conversations they're having. So what would you define social activism to be from your experience? And what are some of the ways young people can engage to actually just having a voice in the stuff that is going around them?
No, I think social activism is important. Everyone definitely needs to be engaged. And I would maybe even go as far as saying a lot of the problems we have are largely because people are not socially active. And that means that it depends on how we approach the problem. A lot of times we are our own limiters in terms of the capacity that we think we can have. And that particularly comes in places like Kenya and a lot of developing countries. So just a simple statistic, 69% of the population is under the age of 29 in Kenya, right? It means that at the next election, if you so choose to go vote, just you as a population group can sway any particular outcome that you wanted, even if it meant writing in a candidate, right? If 69% of the population wrote in a candidate, right? The outcome would completely, doesn't matter whether it's Jubilee, doesn't matter whatever it is, right? The point is you have a lot of power. The question is, how do you propel that power? A lot of it comes from the realization that we ourselves don't see ourselves as remarkably powerful. So I don't think slaughtering pigs and throwing them on the road is the appropriate way to go about socially active. I think you should target a particular gap or a problem in society that you want to fix and address that in whichever way possible. That could be from the keyboards, but the large part is that we have the numbers to be able to sway aspect. I can tell you from my experience, at least in the World Bank. So the World Bank, like most other organizations, is quite, you know, it's based on experience and you rise up into those positions based on how long you've been there. At the same time, there are a lot of young people who are in the organization. In fact, out of the 20,000 employees who are in the organization, a great number of them are young. And so for us, when I was running the World Bank Youth Program, one of the realizations that we came across is that actually we have the numbers. And so we have the numbers, we can actually organize events like this. And when you have a significant amount of people showing up for a particular cause, then even the people on the periphery are forced to listen. It doesn't mean that you have to go and riot and do all these things. You just have to assemble, right? Common goal. Right? And what happens for a lot of us, we're very individualistic. We're very communal when it comes to complaining, but very individualistic when it comes to solutions.
Amazing. I think that's a tweetable moment. Just say that. Just say that again.
Say we're very individualistic when it comes to solutions, but very communal when it comes to complaining. So when it comes to actually let's create and craft the solutions, you're silent, right? But we're very quick to point out the problems and the things that are not working.
Amazing. And I like what you're saying because we find anytime there's a hashtag on Twitter, you know, Kenyans on Twitter, KOT is a big thing, Black Lives Matter. We see all kinds of people just rallying around that. But when it comes to solution on the ground, then there's a disconnect in that. And so I like what you're saying. Thank you for that. That's pretty amazing. Let me come to you, Madam Nancy. Now that you're here representing the government and you're the Assistant Director for youth programs in the Ministry of Youth, ICT and Information, tell us, sometimes we feel so disconnected from government. In fact, anytime we think about government, we think taxes, you know, and we think politics, UDA, you know, what guys were saying over here, Jubilee. And my question to you would be this. What are some of the things government is doing as far as the youth agenda is concerned? Is there anything government is doing? And if yes, how can these young people actually just plug into that and find significance and even expression in some of those things? Because we imagine government is for old guys. You know, we'll talk about many boring things. Youth have no place where they can plug in as far as government is concerned. So where can we come in as young people and speak from where you sit?
Thank you very much for that question. The government is doing so much. That one I can assure you. When I look back, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, 90 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, 500 years ago, 600 years ago, 700 years ago, 800 years ago, 900 years ago, 1000 years ago, 2000 years ago, 3000 years ago, 4000 years ago, 5000 years ago, 6000 years ago, 7000 years ago, 8000 years ago, 9000 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, 500 years ago, 600 years ago, 700 years ago, 800 years ago, 900 years ago, 1000 years ago, 2000 years ago, 3000 years ago, 4000 years ago, 5000 years ago, 6000 years ago, 70 Sometimes back in 2007, the government decided to establish a full ministry for youth affairs. And that is the beginning point of our journey. And we have come very far. At that point in time, our leaders had already observed that young people were facing so many challenges: unemployment, lack of empowerment, lack of training. They could not have opportunities to nurture their talents. They could not participate in the decision-making processes. So what did the government do, and what has it done? Sometimes back in the year 2009, our parliament came up with the National Youth Council Act. I don't know whether you are aware that there is such an act. And when we were now in 2012, we were able to operationalize National Youth Council, the National Youth Act, by establishing a National Youth Council. So as we are talking, we have the National Youth Council in place, which is actually the voice of the youth in Kenya. Through the National Youth Council, it is actually run by young people. The CEO is a young person, and all the other officers, because we realized that even as we had a Ministry for Youth Affairs, young people are not being represented because most of us were above 38 years. As you are aware, according to the Constitution of Kenya, a young person is somebody aged between 18 and 35 years. So when we came up with the National Youth Council, we have now been able to create structures for the young people to participate in all spheres of the government, socially, politically, and economically. And as we are talking right now, the National Youth Council is fully operational. I remember at that time, around 2010, we were able to hold elections for members of the National Council right from the sublocation level. That time we had the provincial administration, where we had location, sublocation, division, district, and provinces. And by the way, I'm very proud because I participated in that. I was a youth development officer in Kikuyu district at that time. So we were able to hold elections. And from that point, we have now representative of the young people, right from the world level to the national level. So my challenge is, as young people, are you aware that you actually have avenues? Your government has created avenues for you to air your views, to share, to involve, and even to serve your country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nancy, for that. Yes, you can clap if you're clapping. And just picking up on that, Bona Cosma, and you and I have had numerous conversations on how we can get, participate as young people in the running of this country. And Nancy's mentioning something about just youth becoming active participants in whatever is happening around us. And one of the things, actually, guys, how many have ever heard about something called public participation? Just heard about it, okay. Well, like 70%. How many have gone to any public participation forum? Less than 10%. Okay. So, Bona Cosma, as you can see clearly from the short, brief survey, that these opportunities are there for young people to actually engage and have a voice. But guys are not actively participating in that. So what would you say to that? Are we the ones sleeping on the job, or do we need to awaken and emerge and begin to go to these things, and how does that look like for young people?
Yeah, I think, Joe, the numbers don't lie. What you've just seen here, 70% know about public participation. Less than 10% have participated. You're sleeping on the job, guys. No, I mean, let's have a candid conversation today. We take off our masks, yeah? And we have a candid conversation. Do you guys realize that the opportunities you have for public participation never existed when you were your age? Participation now is in the law. You're not asking anybody a favor. Public participation is in our constitution. So we're talking about public. Let me just read for you, because in fact, Gach, I'll share this with you later. But let me just read some of the legislation that now makes public participation in Kenya law. This is about the legal framework in Kenya for public participation. First of all, it's in almost about 15 or 20 articles of the Constitution. Article 35, the Constitution guarantees the right to access of information by citizens. This gives effect to the right to information. You actually have the right to go at the national level, at the county level, at the sub-county level, to go and ask for information in the public interest. It is your right. You're not asking anybody a favor, and you cannot be denied. Or if you're denied, you take it up. You simply exercise this clause in your claim or your suit. It gives the public, individuals or as a group, a say in matters of land, including acquisition, management, transfer, or ownership of public or private or community land. All of the county budgets are illegal. I repeat, they are illegal unless you have participated. You guys have counties, you haven't even gone to ask what is in the budget, you don't even know what items are there. Do you know what they call the CIDPs, County Integrated Development Plans? They are illegal unless you have participated. And there are rules that govern public participation. There's another governor who took people to a 5-star hotel. He took his buddies. Someone was offended and went to court. The governor's public participation was thrown out with costs, back to sender. Who do you think are you enjoying us taking your public participation to the 5-star hotel? Bring it here to Wananchi so that we can participate. Why aren't you guys participating? At the national level, so there's Article 118 that Parliament should conduct business in an open manner, and its sittings of the committees should be open to the public. All you need is to be an adult with an ID. Anybody here who's not an adult? Anybody here who doesn't have an ID? You can walk in, that is your permit, to walk into a public hearing or a parliamentary gathering, and you sit in the public gallery. So I don't know why we're not doing. We're sleeping on the job, guys. This is at the national level. It's at the county level. So about 20 articles of the Constitution. I'll share this with you so you put it on the forum. So in case you're asking which chapter and verse of the Constitution, you've got it right here. Now, then you move to the Public Finance Management Act. This is what I was talking about, public financial management. The national budget, the county budget's illegal unless you participate. There's the County Government Act, again, makes public participation in the county planning process. Listen to this word, compulsory. Can somebody translate that in a language you understand? I mean, I think it's clear enough. It is not an option, it is, no, say it again so we hear each other. It is what? Why aren't you not going? It is compulsory. So, I remember when this was introduced, these were introduced in the new constitution back 2010. The national government was holding public consultation for the national budget. And they went to KICC and they held a forum. They advertised and they held a forum. And they were waiting for Wananchi to come out. This was reported in the newspaper because there were reporters and there was one person. He was a hawker from Kawangware. No industry, no association, nobody else. Now, I've got no issue with hawkers from Kawangware, by the way. But my question is this. Isn't it unfortunate? And on this other side of the government, you've got the cabinet secretary, the PS, the director of budget, very, very well represented, all the decision makers. No Kenyan went there apart from this hawker from Kawangware. So he was quoted very extensively in the newspaper the following day by the report. I mean, the guy had his 15 minutes, even more than 15 minutes, of fame. This hawker from Kawangware. You guys have been to school, mmesoma, mnaelewa mambo ya finance na budget. So I think we're sleeping on the job. And this is why you're letting politicians run away with the agenda. Now we're going to be talking about the other ways of participation. But I just wanted you to see this. County Government Act, the other laws on public participation, Urban Areas and Cities and Act, Section 21. Public Procurement and Disposal Act, by the way, or procurement. Any public procurement now. again, must involve this. And even public procurement bids are opened publicly. It's an open public bid to enter, and the bids must be open. The technical proposal first, and then the financial proposal later. If you open the financial before the technical, it is invalid. I mean, so you guys, you are the ones, because you're sitting on your hands, have allowed other people, particularly the political class, to run away with the agenda. Now, who owns, Daktari here was saying that you are 65%, 69% under 30, 75% if you're saying even under 35. Now, tell me about this. There's this thing you've heard of called democracy, yeah? You've heard of that concept. Democracy is what? One man, one woman, one. Now, if you have the numbers, 75% under 35. Who has numbers in Kenya? Is it the youth or the wazee? So why have you allowed the wazee to run away the agenda and you have numbers? You know, guys used to boast, we have numbers. Well, you guys have numbers. What are you doing with it? Why aren't you leveraging those numbers? It is because you are sitting on your hands. You're not using, these laws never, this is 2010, and even later, some of those other acts, legislation comes after 2010. They're actually what you call operationalizing some clauses in the Constitution. They never existed when we were your age. So if this country, my friends, is going to the dogs, and listen, you can quote me on this, it is because you guys who have got access to this information, who are educated, who have the numbers, are doing nothing. This job is not now for your parents, your grandparents in the village who don't even understand this. You see, you can put on your phones, by the way, and even access and Google, and you'll even get this access to this information. Don't expect your parents or your grandparents to do this in the village. It is you. You have to be socially involved. And I'll give Gach so that you share with others, but I think we need to start active participation, and we'll come up with some practical suggestions as to how to do this.
Amazing, amazing. I love that, Cosma. If the country goes to the dogs, we have nobody else to blame but ourselves as young people. And those statistics are, they're out there, and you cannot even deny them, that 75% of Kenyans are below the age of 35. And so if there's a populace that needs to chart the direction of this country, then it is us who is seated here today and our colleagues who are age mates. But, Doc, let me come back to you. When you think about participation, sometimes you find that maybe you're in the marketplace and you're in the corporate areas, and you're not really into the political space and the political environment. I know you have extensive knowledge and even experience in policy. So as young people, and maybe you could even share with us your story of World Bank. I know you joined at a very young age, leading the youth-to-youth program. What are some of the ways we can engage in as young people as far as policy is concerned? I know World Bank, you're now running a program with the Ministry of Youth, so maybe you could address yourself to that as well. But what are some of the practical ways we can actually get involved as far through the policy door, as it were?
Yeah, so elections happen at least in this country once every 5 years, right? So after the 5 years, the question becomes then what? You just wait until the next one to make your voice heard? No, you don't wait until the next one, right? You exercise your right to vote continuously throughout in the middle of those 5 years. And there are multiple ways to do it. One is the one that the gentleman mentioned about being involved in participation in policy. And it's actually quite easier now than it used to be before. Why? Because everything is public knowledge. At least it's published publicly. Before, if you wanted to get a reading of the budget, you had to wait until the State of the Union, right? When the Treasury Minister was carrying the briefcase and was going to tell you 10 billion is going to this, 5 million is going to that. You had no way to verify it. Now you can go to the Treasury, pull up the budget, right? Not only the one that is being passed, but the one that is being implemented, and you can hold the government account. That's one way of actively being involved in policy. And it's not just about where the funds are going. There are a lot of ways to be involved in civic participation and in accounting for your government without having to talk about the budget. Of course, budget is an important aspect because budget, at least I'm a public finance scholar, so the reason why we like budgets is that they tell you what your priorities are. You can say left and right, I love Jesus and all this other stuff, but if you're not showing that through your pocket, I can easily quickly tell you whether or not you value Christ, right? It's how I become involved in that. Now, moving away from that, getting back to the aspect of budgets. they dictate at least what the policy priorities for the government are. In this aspects of civic participation, it's up to us to actually go in and hold the government account. There are a lot of things that have been passed that the government wants to do, right? Some of it is lip service, sorry to say, and a lot of it is quite serious. So one of the things is the 30% that they want to spend on development, right? You just have to sit in traffic in Wayakiwe or in any of these other places to see just how much funds are going to development, right? There's stuff that is going to school. Universities, how many of you have HELB? No one? Only one person? Two?
They're
right?
rich kids.
Yeah, the rich kids. Yeah. Okay, how many of you want HELB but don't have access to it? None. So everyone has access to pay to the college. So if I go today and say I have a scholarship, none of you should apply, right? Because you don't need HELB and you have money to pay for it, right? So going back to this, sorry to make a joke out of this, but the point of this is, if this is a concern, right, where public money is being spent on universities and so forth, and you're concerned about your tuition, there are multiple avenues to make that known. We could use what Mr. Washira was talking about jokingly on Twitter and stuff like that, and that's one avenue. The other one is to actually, what the gentleman mentioned, and actually going and accessing the government directly. The other one is just assembling amongst yourselves, right? So you can be civically involved throughout the whole entire 5 years, and that's how you hold government account. The reason why our public leaders, not just in this country, but in multiple other countries, are able to dictate outcomes is largely because they know that we only care once every 5 years. Right? And once every 5 years, I can easily make up a story about what I've been doing the last 5 years, because public opinion is myopic at best, right? Myopic means what? Short-sighted, right? You live in Rongai, all of a sudden, 3 months before the election, Rami Mewekwa, the ditches are clear. You forget the last 4 years where you were sitting in traffic and you start saying, oh yeah, this government is doing a really good job for us, right? And then you go vote for that government. And then when they become elected, right, then the whole issue continues, right? The cycle continues, right? So you have access to that, and one way is to actually hold the government to account by asking that person, if you're from Rongai, what happened on year 2 and on year 1? The money that was actually earmarked because it was on the budget for fixing that road, what happened to it? Long story short, I was in Rongai 2 years ago, and we were working on a school, a Rongai primary school, and the road that the school was on the maps was tarmacked, and I'm sure quite a number of your roads on the map are tarmacked, right? right? Which means they're not only tarmacked on the map, there was money that was earmarked for it that meant for it to be tarmacked, but it's not, right? How many of you have actually gone and said, you know what, this road, either change the map or change the road, right? One of them has to be changed, right? So at least, at the very least, get them to change the map, right? So at least you can say, yeah, this road is not tarmacked. I'll rest there.
All right, thank you, Doc. Those are good points. Yeah. And talking about the election cycle every 5 years, Madam Nancy, we are just about to begin to experience a lot of hula baloo, pickups carrying young people, texts from numbers that are strange. And that is common during election cycles. But as Doc is saying, that happens just once. Then we go back, to those kind of maps for another 5 years. But in between, as an active participant in the youth programs in the ministry, what can we actually do? What can we do in between the election cycles to make sure that the youth agenda is being advanced, that we're not being taken advantage of as young people, such that we're being used only when the politicians need us, and when they're done with us, they dispose us off like we don't matter. Yet, the statistics, as Cosmo was sharing with us, are very glaring. They're actually the ones who need us. We actually don't need them. So what are some of the ways we can say, and even from a practical point of view, like from tomorrow as a young person, I can just go in and plug in and make sure that I'm participating, even without considering the whole issue of the election cycles.
Okay, thank you very much. The issue of holding our leaders accountable, I think it starts right even before we go to the ballot. When they are presenting their proposals or policies, it's actually about starting with the end in mind. Because even as young people, you're supposed to actually be on lookout. If it is Party B or Party A, what are their proposals? What are they saying they are going to do? Is that what they are saying they are going to do measurable? Because if it can't be measured, it can't be done. So it's actually about beginning with the end in mind. And of course, as I said earlier, as a ministry right now, we have taken it upon ourselves to create dialogues. We have a program that we have been implementing from last year. In fact, we went through because of the COVID protocols called Kikao. Kikao in Kiswahili is a sitting or a dialogue. So Higher Education Loans Board were there. All the stakeholders in the youth sector were there, most of them, even the police sector, because some of the issues that the young people are raising were about security. And even the National Youth Council, we usually make sure they are there. So what we do in the Kikao, we invite the youth leaders. And this now brings me to the issue of leadership. I like the theme, I like the title of this forum, Emerge Leader. When you look at the word emerge, it's like it's a process. You have to emerge. So leadership is a process that you have to start from where you are as a young person. And if you want to participate in public issues, even public participation in National Youth Council activities, you cannot do it alone. We are actually encouraging young people to form youth groups, because most of our programs are actually targeting youth as youth groups. So what I would want to say is that you as young people, you have to re-strategize, you have to come together as youth groups, you have also to get in touch with the government officers and even your leaders. Right now we have youth development officers in every county. In every constituency in Kenya, we have a youth development officer. And those officers, they are the ones who are supposed to actually advise you on how you can participate and how you can even approach your leaders. And in the process, you'll also be able to know about the opportunities that are going on and even how you can engage with your leaders. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Bwana Cosma, I think now I'll just shoot straight and say and ask, politics is dirty, as they say. Politics is dirty, but even as that is a case, a decision that maybe the president, like Uhuru, makes today will affect me, like it or not. If the gas price goes up, it affects me. If the fuel price goes up, it affects me. And so, as much as I want to just block away the whole idea of politics, it will affect me at the end of the day. And so my question to you is this: is politics dirty? And if it is dirty, should we not engage as young people? So this is a three-part question. And if we engage, how should we engage? Because again, we've seen very clean people go in and they became part of the mud. Yet we were saying, let's send them because they're clean, they'll go represent our agendas. But once they get in there, I don't want to mention names, but I know you know them. But it looks like this is a kind of a very well-curated system that once you get in, you must almost like conform to a certain pattern of doing things. So is politics that if I want to become an MCA, because I get very mad when I see issues in my estate, but the leaders are not just addressing them, do I go and shoot for it and just go straight into politics? And if I decide to do that, how do I not compromise myself? So what's your view on that?
Yeah. So I think we need to understand what we're talking about here, because we may talk about politics, and I don't know why people single out politics. Politics as a profession or as an area is not any different from the other aspects of engagement or business or civic life in our world. My faith tells me it's not politics that is fallen; it is the human heart that is fallen. So wherever you find human beings, you'll find shortcomings. You'll find issues. People will tell you business is dirty. You try and get into business, I knew a lady who was a farmer. She was farming and supplying the big supermarkets. And she's a believer. She told me, if there's one area where you need integrity, it is in farming. She's basically saying farming is dirty. You talk to business. You talk about, we're being told here about the road contractors. I mean, if you want to know corruption, you know, so we're talking road, you talk about medicine. Have you ever heard, there was some doctors, a doctor was a member of a group, you know, a men's group, and he was overheard discussing. So they were discussing, they wanted to go and live in a gated community, and he was falling behind in his payments because, you know, he was not contributing enough to the other people. Then he said, don't worry guys, I'll catch up. He happens to be a surgeon. He says, I'll just recommend 3 surgeries and I'll meet my payment. The 3 surgeries could be you people. You don't need it, it's not required. The guy is looking at his plot in the gated community. You could say medicine is dirty. It's not medicine, it's not politics, it's not business, it's not contracting, it's not farming. It is the human heart that is fallen. Now, my faith also tells me, what is the solution? You are the light of the world. And you're meant to shine the light where? Where there's light or where there's darkness? Where there's darkness. Then you are the salt of the earth. So you tell me when you go for nyama choma, you have the choma here and the salt here, and never the two shall meet. Is that how you eat nyama choma? You put the salt where? It has got to get where? Inside the what? The meat. It gives it flavor, it preserves it, and so on. So to me, it's not any different. It's the human. If you're looking for that profession where there's no issues of integrity, of ethics, that when you find it, here's my advice: don't join it, because the minute you join it, it becomes corrupted because you're not perfect. So there's no such profession. So politics is no different. Now, my issue is that I think many of us have this fundamental mistake. When we want, I know you want to feel, you feel that there's issues with the country, you want to change the country and so on. We have one fundamental miscalculation, and this is often fatal. We think that the only way to change society is to get into office and run for political office, to become an MCA, an MP, or a governor, and so on. We don't think of any other area of engagement. So let us now, and this is where I think some of you, I see you're taking notes. Please take notes. So the first point is what I mentioned about public participation. If you look at the the policy setting agenda, the policy development process, you start with agenda setting. Who determines the agenda? It's not the governor, it is not the women's rep, it is you. You are the people being served. I'm a CEO. So who should the agenda come from? They're meeting your needs. Get involved, participate, and set the agenda. Then you get the policy formulation. As a policy formulation is being formulated, you must make sure you go to the county office, go to their websites, find out where is this kikao. The government has created all these opportunities. Why are you absent? You're missing in action. Go and participate and influence the agenda. Then, as you've heard, form groups. There's powers in numbers. And here's the group. Again, I follow the biblical mandate. Where 2 or 3 are gathered, there am I in the midst of them. You don't need to be 200. Form a group. Register. You have got voice. You form a group because you've got actually some bona fides there that actually enable you to engage. And then organize. Now, organizing means you now start building social mobility, and you actually start building groups and power in numbers. Just start with the people in your kijiji where you grew up, the friends you went to school with, the people in your village, the people in your youth association, the people in your chama, the people in your natural networks. That is where you engage. Number 4, you guys are doing yourselves a big disservice. You're not leveraging these things you have in your hands. These things, my friends, are powerful, very powerful, and especially social media. And you are the gurus. You're the what they call net natives. You're the guys who are born with these things. But instead of going to post funny updates on Facebook and likes and watching some YouTube videos with no meaning, you should be mobilizing. Other guys are busy moving the agenda. You guys are not doing it. Now, let me just give an example about the road. Those tarmac roads, tarmacked on the map, not tarmacked where? On the ground. As they say, kwa ground mambo ni? Yeah, now, there's a friend of mine. He, from actually this county we are in here. He actually just happens to be a lecturer in the university. He was going back home and his ground was, now his was not in the map, it actually came to the ground and it was finished. When he went home one day to visit, he looked at his, he's a lecturer in history, nothing, no infrastructure, he's not a road engineer, nothing, but he's got common sense and he can look with his eyes. He says, this is not a proper road. What is this thing you're calling a road? He just did what? Used his phone. He took photos, posted on just the group for the Kijiji, just the Kijiji, and said, guys, has anybody seen this? People started noticing and saying, yeah, we saw it, but what shall you do? Oh, tutadu. Si wamekula pesa kama kawaida. Hata hii kazi ilifanywa na kandarasi ilikuwa imepewa yule MCA yetu hata tunamjua. But what are the guys that tutadu? So he mobilized. Then he started liking, you like and you tag who? He started tagging the infrastructure CEC. He tagged the deputy governor and the governor. The thing started trending. Then he got a call. He was told, my friend, what are you doing? So he said, if you've got a problem, come and see us. He went and mobilized a few people. They went, 5 of them, to the governor's office. And he told the governor, this is just daylight robbery, and you're not going to accept it. And unless you come and fix this problem, he got audience. Do you see, just because of this? He got audience. Because the thing, you know, somebody likes, it's forwarded, and so on. You know how social media works. He got audience. The MCA who was given that contract, we know these things happen, was summoned. And he was told to fix it, or else he's in trouble. And within less than a month, the road was properly done. So he's so other guys are looking and saying, tutadu. I'm telling you, you guys have power. That is how you participate. And that is how you now make sure that these people don't get away with murder. Now, something else, I think the question that was asked, I just want to comment before I stop, is the point about what do you do in between election cycles? So if you want to go into politics, you may call it, I said it's no dirtier than any other profession, but be ready, especially in the primaries. The election is even better because it's even governed by IEBC. But if you go for your primaries, my friends, wow, just get ready, because primaries is a free-for-all. It's governed by the, you know, I know a friend of mine who won, forget even the primary, he won the election. As a very good, you know, honest person who wanted to actually improve the lives of the citizens, he went back to tell the citizens thank you. As he's doing thank you, the guy who he beat is driving at breakneck speed to Nairobi, to the party office, and he bought the nomination. He did not buy the nomination, he bought the, you know, the ticket basically from that party. So when the guy had finished thanking his citizens very, very much for voting for him, when he goes back, and he said, I won. He had won on the ground, but the ticket has been given to somebody else. Up to today, he's never seen the inside of Parliament. So I'm just trying to say, that's not one route, that's one route. Another route is this: you citizens use citizen power. So there's something called social accountability. Hold these people to account in between what? Election cycles. The minute they have an election, they must do a county budget. They must do a county integrated development plan. They don't just do projects anyway. As your PFM, your public financial management expert, was telling you. Why aren't you involved? As the county budget is then done, you, through that group you've organized, start taking photos. If you're told a dispensary is going to cost 10 million, you don't need to go and become an architect or even have an engineer. And if, by the way, amongst your group, there could even be architects and experts or even quantity surveyors. Use your common sense and your intelligence, just like my history lecturer friend. Go and take a picture. Say, this one bedroom or one ward with the roof that is hanging, does this look like 10 million? Take a photo and post it on the forum. Start tagging everybody and their uncle. Let me tell you about politicians. They're what you call fair weather friends. They look at the way the weather is blowing. And they've got this thing called, and what sways the finger is what? Public opinion. But who is moving public opinion? It is you. You are meant to move public opinion, and they care about opinion, so they care about this. If you do that, my friends, they will not get away with murder. It's because we're letting them do it. And if that friend was able to get the road redone, how about the dispensary? How about the school? How about that agricultural project? How about that youth enterprise project? You are the ones with all the tools, the education, the ability to mobilize in between election cycles. Some of these guys mean very well when they get into politics. They're surrounded by hyenas, my friend. They can't move. But those hyenas know that next time for the election, they're coming to face you. This is how you make them face you in between, through the power of social organization. Do what they call citizen reports, social accountability reports, and start doing that. And you will help reduce or clean up that industry. So even if somebody was very dirty, That is how you clean up the act, and they will not get away. And then you get the services. These are your relatives. This is your home. These are your brothers and sisters. Don't let anybody else determine their destiny and their lives while you're sitting on your hands.
Amazing, amazing. Love that. Wow, wow, wow. You know, as you talk about, what I hear you saying, Cosma, is that we all have a voice, but what we need to do is to really amplify it. You know, we all have tools in our arsenal, but then we need to figure out a way of deploying that into the active community. And there's something you mentioned about just organizing ourselves. And as young people, I think that's a challenge I want to throw at you, because there's a program we are deploying next week with Pete and Inuka and a partner organization. And we are training 40 entrepreneur groups. And one of the things we found is that these groups are coming to us, they want to access the money to start businesses, but then they're not registered. And one of the things that we are doing is to really help them now go register and saying, okay, go organize yourself and come back as a group. And so I want to challenge you. Are you a lone ranger? Do you do things alone? I think it is Pete also who highlighted that we cannot work in isolation, especially as young people. You need to get into a form of a group or a partnership and be able to just journey and walk this kind of work with other people. But then you also mentioned something very interesting to do with just the whole issue of young people. And I want to just direct this last question to all of you, which is related to what I'm about to say. Sometimes we feel like the whole issue of finances. And so there's a statistic, a survey that was done, and it was very interesting. It said that only 1% of Kenyans have more than 1 million shillings in their account. Did you guys see that? 1%. So it's either guys are hiding money under the mattress, or guys are really, yani watu wamesota proper. So it's either one of those two scenarios. And for young people, okay, how many here have 1 million in their account? We won't come to you after this, I promise. Our treasures are stored in heaven. But that's the issue we are facing as young people, Doc. Like, guys feel like for us to have a voice, we need to be moneyed. You know, I had a quote once that said that you're either on the table or you're in the menu. And so for you to be a big gun, you either have to have influence or you have to be moneyed. But unfortunately for young people, apart from sharing nitakufinya memes on social media, our pockets are empty. So, Doc, do you feel like this whole money issue is really a big hindrance to us having a voice, or how can we navigate that?
I'll echo what our Washira had mentioned earlier on in the previous panel on the multiple forms of capital. And that's, as Joe is mentioning, that's something that we're also trying to do at the Youth Engagement Society. Financial capital is just one example of capital. There are multiple others. There's human resource capital, there's social capital, there is just the, intrinsic capital, there is innate capital, there's talent, there's so much, right? What we do is that we belittle those other types of capital by only looking at the financial part of it, right? You'll get the feedback from youth. Yeah, well, you can't do anything with if you don't have money. You can't get started. Yes, you can get started because you can use your own intrinsic effort to actually get something going, right? So you don't just, if you don't have money, you at least have time, right? Time is very valuable. You can take time and convert it to money. With the example that Washira was going, or multiple other examples that you can use for yourself. But even beyond that, assembling is a remarkable amount of capital. Coming together, like minds, right? The scriptures that talk about, when you're lumped up together, a single strand, multiple strand, right? A cord that cannot be broken. There's a lot of effort what happens when you pull together. So as young people, right, I encourage you, look is your capital in terms of numbers. And on top of it, your 100 may be small, and indeed it is, right? However, you may have 10 friends who have 100, right? Now you have 1,000, right? If you look at it individualistically, you will not go very far. But if you look at it from a sense of community, by pulling together your resources, then you'll go much farther. Now, of course, you have to be aware of who you are associating with, right? The Bible says, do not be mocked, bad company spoils good character, right? So associate yourself with people who are of good character, who are like-minded, who are going north. You don't want someone who's pulling you east when you want to go in this direction. But yeah, money can be an inhibitor, but move on to the things that you already have, right? And you can make money, right? That's what I would say.
Amazing. Same question to Nancy and Cosma.
Thank you very much. I think the issue of money is a motivating factor also. And okay, we are saying that young people, they may not have the money, but you have time. As the doctor has said, you have time, you have the energy. Now it is up to you to change your mindset. Because at this point in time, even as we are saying that the COVID-19 has really impacted on the economy, in your own way, in your small way, what I've observed, people have already gone back to most of them have gone back to their roots, to the villages. And I want to give an example. When COVID-19 set in, and some of us in the government, we are over 58, we were told to work at home. By the way, do you know what I did? I went and bought a djembe and a hoe and a panga. Because that is what, apart from working in the office, that is the thing that my parents taught me. That's what I saw them doing. And I was able to spend my time in a very productive way. I went back home, the small shamba, less than an acre, and I planted potatoes. And by the way, I have harvested potatoes for the second time. So as young people, you remember when Mr. Washuri was talking, do you remember what he said? Before he reached where he has reached, he had engaged in so many activities. You know, some of them were kind of inferior. So I'm actually challenging you guys. I know when you go to university, you get a degree, you expect to be employed. You have already set a limit that I can't work in a mjengo, I can't rear chicken, goat. There are so many things that you can do when you're in the rural area, even when you're in town. There are so many small businesses. And I remember he also said that if you don't wake up early, you will not succeed. There are so many small businesses that you can start, even with 300 shillings, 1,000 shillings. So let us open up our mind and actually make sure that we have the money. Because at the end of the day, even as we are telling you to find out about the information about youth empowerment programs, to join youth groups, to form youth groups, you can't do it empty-handed. And I'm now talking as a parent. We can't keep on, funding you, buying you airtime. Sasa unajua Safaricom kuna hii where they call you, what do you call it? When they call you, reverse call. I think they should do it away. Seriously. Think outside the box. I know of a young boy. This young boy had a D minus. But he knew what he wanted to do. He asked his parent to buy a motorcycle. When COVID-19 set in, before COVID-19, he was doing food deliveries with Glovo. Somewhere along the line, people are not buying food anymore from outside because of the health issues. But as we are talking right now, the way of doing business has changed. We are doing business online, Jumia. So most of the young people are actually those who thought outside the box before it was too late. And they decided that they can actually be doing deliveries. They are doing it better than even their counterparts who have degrees and masters. Are you aware that things have really changed? It is about doing something that will put food on your table. It's not about white-collar jobs. It's about, even after getting your first degree, going out there, looking for a course, another technical course that you can engage in. For example, right now, one of the challenges that we are having, getting a plumber is a challenge. How comes? We are having so many challenges getting somebody like a plumber. And then most of the young people, they are just idling. They are jobless. I think we actually need to change our mindset as young people. And even as you graduate, instead of going vertical, go horizontal. Make sure that you can be, you can be useful in a number of ways. make use of your energy, make use of your time. Don't give up, and you'll put money in your pocket. Apart from that, now as a government officer, the government has already put in place programs. Sometimes back in 2007, the government established the Youth Enterprise Fund, where young people form groups and they borrow money. And of course, you can't borrow money if you don't have a business idea, if you have not identified a problem that you can solve, if you have not done your market analysis, your clients, where are you going to sell the goods and all that? But you see, it takes initiative to even form that group. I know people, okay, it's like these days we want to walk alone. But remember, hata Waswahili wanasema, umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni, na Wakikuyu wanasema aje, kidole kimoja hakifunji chawa. It is high time now we start embracing the concept of teamwork and interdependence. Forget about independence. Let us talk about interdependence, where you actually come together. And even as Daktari was saying, when you embrace that concept of working as a team, groups, associations, you may not even need money to be heard, for your agenda to be heard. So I want to say that the government is already aware, is already empowering young people economically through the Youth Enterprise Fund, which is now a corporate body. There are also other affirmative funds, Uwezo Fund, Women Fund, and National Affirmative Fund that is under the Office of the Women Rep. Those are opportunities that you can actually explore as a group. The other day I was talking to my youth in church, my youth in our church, but I realized the challenge is when you tell them to actually take the initiative, form a group, register a group, hawataki, they don't want to take the initiative. Supposing you formed a group and you approached Uwezo Fund or Youth Fund and you identified a project, even here in your church, I am very sure you can succeed and you can put money in your pocket. And of course, your voice will be heard. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Madam Nancy, even for that motherly advice. I think we're going to make the emerge declaration that reverse calls to Mekata. Wana moving forward. Umesikia wazazi wenye wanasema for those reverse call ninjas. All right, Cosma.
I think those funds, I was talking about public participation, but I think you've heard also the number of funds that have been set up by the government in order to enable young people, women, persons with disabilities to actually have opportunity. I think one of the problems you have in society, when you've got inequality in society, it reflects something wrong at the roots and the foundation. And often what is there is the problem of exclusion. The goal of all these funds is to promote inclusion. Because you can't go and give a handout to every other person, every other woman, every young person, every other person with a disability and so on. What you do is you put these, which are specialized, segregated funds. But I was very disturbed to hear that actually even if you audit a young group like this and ask how many of you have gone and actually accessed some of these funds. Let's even do a sample here. How many of you have accessed a loan applied from the youth fund? How many? I see all the hands are firmly down. Some people are looking at one hand there. Kudos to you. And another hand here. Out of a group like this, 2 people. Is it that you don't know? Or you think that, as they say, kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. I mean, what do you think is happening? I mean, how about the women fund? Anybody, the women in the house? Yeah, you see? Any of you who's got I can see, although that's a gentleman putting up the hand, you accessed it for, it's fine, but you could have done it on behalf of your sister or your mother or your auntie or somebody. Anybody here who accessed on behalf of a person with a disability, maybe it's your friend, a relative, a member of the family, even if you're helping them with it. I mean, so why is the government doing all this work that you're not accessing these funds and then you come and complain? No opportunities, no. The way that you eliminate inequality and exclusion is inclusion. All these funds are mechanisms of social inclusion. So you see there's a problem. This is what I was saying. Sometimes we point fingers, and 3 fingers are pointing where? At ourselves. I expect 90% of the hands to be up, and you say, I started this business, maybe my business failed, but because I didn't have mentorship, you enroll in the mentorship program, you're told. I mean, but I think it's for an educated audience like you, that's number one. Number two, money, my friends, matters, but money does not vote. Money does not have a vote, ama kipande. Money does not show up at elections. Money does not hold citizens to account. You are the people who direct the way the money goes and the way the money is spent. So let us not say that you don't have money. You have all those other things we mentioned, the numbers, the influence, the ability to organize, the fact that you know how to use Twitter and social media, you're net natives and net citizens. That is where what money follows. So I just want you to not use the excuse of money. And one other thing that you should also use here with the phone. I remember a lesson I learned when I was actually working overseas. This was actually in the US. I was working there with organs, I won't say which one. And we used to, we're in a small group together that used to meet, and every time I'd ask him how he's doing, and he's saying, we're putting this legislation forward and we're doing this. One day he came to the group and told us he's resigned. And I said, what? This is a person who resigned another job he had, and they came to Washington and many others because they said, this is our moment to transform this country. He said he realized one thing, and this is the quote he said, and write this down. He said, politics is downstream from culture. So write that down. Politics is downstream from culture. Now, politics is where? Downstream. Culture is where? Upstream. Now, is where? Downstream. Culture is where? Upstream. Now, tell me, those of you who grew up near rivers, does the river flow upstream or downstream? So the river flows from where? From culture to politics. Amasio. Because culture is upstream, politics is downstream. In our minds, we have inversed that, and we think that the culture flows, from where? Politics to culture. Now, he realized that power is not held by the politicians. This was not a guy who wanted a job. He wanted to change the world for good. And they realized, even if I have access, White House, Senate, Congress, you know what? These guys, as I said, are putting their finger in the wind. You put very good legislation before the member of parliament. First of all, what do? They go to opinion polls, or they go on Twitter. Watu wanasema nini? Yeah? They go on Facebook. They go and see what is trending. And then they come and vote based on politics, not on principle. So the guy asked a secondary question. Who is shaping and influencing culture? Because that's where I need to be, not politics. I want to transform the world. And I've got access to Senate, you name it, Congress. That's not my problem. I've got all the political power. He realized these politicians are being shaped by who? Culture. Who are the culture shapers in the world today? Let us do a quiz. Who shapes this thing called culture? Anybody shout out? Please say that loud. Arts, specifically for an example. Musicians, thank you, very good. Musicians, number one. Wasanii. Wasanii muko wapi? Wasanii muko huko nyuma. Mbona hamusikiki? Sauti yenu iko wapi? Artists. It is bloggers. It is those social influencers who are being told. Yeah. It is fashion icons. Yeah. It is people who are doing plays. It is people doing movies. It is the people developing content. Yeah? Those are the guys who the politicians are. You just check any other campaign. The first person who opens is a what? Is a msanii. Ama sio? Si hata mnajua kuna wasanii wengine waliacha usanii wakaenda wapi? Akaingia siasa. Si mnawajua? Yeah. So they open because they know if I get this msanii here, I'm going to get what? Numbers. So it's not money. You guys are posting the content. You've got the numbers, but what is your agenda? You've got no social transformation agenda. So this guy quit politics. He went and got funders. So there are people with money. Those of you who want the people with money don't know where to invest their money. There's something you can do in terms of investing in cultural transformation. So he was funding those who are doing movies, funding those who are doing plays, funding those who are posting content so that they can shape the politicians. And he found that he got more success influencing culture, then influence politics, because that is where the power is. So you guys, it's not money who votes. Go where the politicians look for power. And that's not about money. And you guys are the ones who shift. The Wasani, it's all of you guys. The content, you're the content creators, because that's where politicians look. Again, we are not leveraging our skills and all. It's back to, Moses was asked, what did you have in your hand? We have got all these tools in our hands, but we're not using them. Let's not blame the politician or blame the country. Oh, this Kenya, I'm looking for a visa, I want to migrate. Wapi? You're just actually not using what is in your hand. And you, cultural shapers, are the ones who influence politicians. Because it's not numbers who vote. It's not people, money who votes. It's numbers, and numbers are controlled by people.
Amazing, amazing. And I think that's a good place to land the plane. Be an influencer. Not necessarily a social media influencer, but be a culture shaper. I think that's a very good note to land that plane. Thank you, guys. Let's appreciate the panelists for that amazing session and submissions. In the interest of time, I'm going to take just one burning question. And I can see many hands up. Oh, my God. There are more than 10 hands up. But I can't take all of them. How do we do this, Doc? I think this entire side has raised their hands. But we can bunch them. Okay, if there's a mic, I could just hear maybe those two. There's a mic there, so we could hear two from that side. We'll try answer in a bunch. There's two here. There's two more at the back there. Okay, you could start with the one at the back. The gentleman, just raise your hand so that he can see you. Please make it very brief and concise. Very brief.
Thank you for the chance. I'm Bonsara Rani.
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Joe, for the chance. I'm Bonsara Rani, and the panel has been so profound on the youth affairs. And as far as I'm concerned, there's the government official over there, and this discussion I'm going to pose it to you. Currently, since around the second term of the Jubilee government, the government has employed people, those who are kind of over 50, starting with the CS of education. He was on retirement. He was brought back to the government. And my concern is the government seeing youth as a weakling, or are we youth lacking some skills, or we are out of morals? Question number two.
All right, I'll just have to cut you short and allow you just that one question, please, if you don't mind. Thank you for that question. I'll take this lady seated right over here. So the question there is, youth are not being given opportunities, even as we speak about the youth agenda. Is it a skill lacking, or don't we just believe in young people? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Oyaya Esther from KU, a student at Kenyatta University. And to our panelists, it's a great and a precious opportunity for you to enlighten us as the youths. Then I have one question. You talked to our last two facilitators. Kindly beg me for not remembering your names. You've talked of the fundings. Maybe, don't blame us, you might end up blaming us because that, due to one or two reasons that we might not be ending up utilizing these funds appropriately. There might be these reasons that maybe these funds, it might either be because we are not knowledgeable with these funds, or maybe due to ignorance, but ignorance is maybe at a minimal percentage. So let me use this one main point of maybe lack of knowledge. Now, how can you guide us as the youth? Maybe, how can you guide us to walk along with these? How can you guide us to enlighten in these funds? Like, how can we register, get brightened into them so that we as youths can go and work well with them? Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that question. There are too many hands, but kindly, because of time, I think we'll just have to discuss after the session. So I've already covered this side, so let me just take that one and that one. But just to answer very quickly, and the chair
Summit will be coming up shortly to just address that. One of the things we plan to do after the summit as a follow-up is just to making sure that we are having sessions with thought leaders like this and others to just begin to train you guys on how can you access these opportunities, what are some of the skills you need, and actually tooling you to be able to just participate in that way. So that is a thing we are planning and actually will be addressed shortly as we come to a close.
Personally, I'm doing very many things. I'm in leadership, I'm in church work, I'm in career, I'm in all these things, just trying to find a place where I can settle. But now it reaches a point where I have to focus or have to settle on something. So I'm there confused, where can I place myself? How can I settle in? So maybe I would ask, what is the direction you can give someone like me, who has engaged in very many things, but still have not found, like, this is the path that I should follow, that for me to, like, make it or do something in the society. Thank you.
All right, thank you for...
I have a question to the panel. If you have given, the opportunity to lead the country as, let's say, for example, to be a president, what are the things you wish to change? And also, I was expecting to see youths to be in the position you are holding right now. So what privilege or opportunity can you offer as youths to get into the position you hold right now? Okay, my name is Ruiru from Zitech University.
Thank you for that question. So I'll ask Dr. David to address this specific question from the gentleman over here. Then there was a guy over there. Actually, we could start with him. So, man, do you think youth are lacking a specific skill and that is why they're not being appointed to some of these offices, or what exactly is the issue?
And I'll also let the
Absolutely.
lady from the government mention. But no, I don't think youth are lacking these specific skills. I think, as the gentleman mentioned, it's the way the river is flowing, in that we're finding a lot of opportunities are going to people who are more senior than us. A large part of that could be the gentleman, the gentleman who just asked about he's doing everything, but really doesn't have a specific skill set. So my father always says, the issue could be you're working to be the jack of all trades and the king of none. Eventually, or as my wife likes to say, you're spread like butter on too much bread. Right, so you're not being able to go deep, at least in your efforts, because you're only able to go 10% on every single thing that you do, which makes it very difficult for someone who is an employer to pick you for these positions. Now, I personally, on a personal note, only strive to employ young people in the jobs that I particularly work with. Of course, there's a little bit of give and take, right? If a job is requiring 15 years experience, there's no possible way you can be 25 and apply for that job. It's just, impractical, right? Impossible, right? But there are jobs that I can bring you in where you actually are able to commit, right? Because for me, I find that experience is essentially just the passage of time, right? By being in a position long enough, you will gain experience. What you can't gain from just essentially being in a position is those actually utility tools, those knowledge and skill sets, which actually have to be learned by application. And maybe that's where that gentleman and this one need to get a little bit, is like, how do I pick up the skill sets that I need to address the gap that this employer is looking for? I do say, of course, holding the whole politics and the bribery and everything constant and assuming that, those are not there. And the reality aspect is, the question I ask myself is, how can I better fit the gap in society that I'm trying to do? And that means instead of, if you're in 10 activities, you definitely need to drop about 7 of them, because there's no way you're going to be any good at all of them, right? Because all of them require a lot of time and effort in order to get deeper on. And then once you get deeper into that particular aspect, you become, an expert in it. And then hopefully with this particular jobs, then you're given the opportunity to actually now gain the experience.
Amazing. Thank you for that. I think you've adequately addressed that question and the one from the gentleman. So I'll ask Nancy and Cosma very briefly, please, for a minute, to just address the issue from that last question over there. How do we get to the places you are now? What disciplines do we need to put in place to just make sure that we become the kind of leaders that you are today?
Come again. I didn't get the question.
The question is, how do you, they're asking, they expected to see young leaders, but of course there's been a process behind you becoming the kind of leader you are today. So what is a process you've gone through for you to get to where you are today?
Thank you very much. Of course, first of all, I want to appreciate the fact that although I work in the government, the whole idea of people working up to 60 years, we were actually caught unaware. And the government is actually, because why would I leave my son in bed and struggle to come to the office? That is the question I'm asking myself. But the government is addressing this succession issue. And what the government has come up with is internship program. From last year, I don't know whether you are aware that the government, through the Public Service Commission, has been recruiting university graduates for internship for 1 year. I think the first year there were about, I'm not very sure about the number, were they over 1,000? My colleague?
3,000 and then 3,000.
3,000. And this year, the same 3,000. In fact, when I was coming to this forum, I'm accompanied by Christine. Christine, please, can you stand up? Christine is on internship, is in our ministry. She will be there for 1 year. And in the process, we will be mentoring her. And that's why I came along with her. We will be mentoring her. Because as a government, we have realized that there is a gap. Succession management is an issue. Most of the civil servants, we are actually above, you'll be very shocked, we are above 50 years. When we leave, what happened? Where did we go wrong? We are trying to address that issue. And of course, let us also remember that we are African, and our culture also affects the way we make our decisions. In the African culture, leaders, they had to have experience. Sindio, there are some positions where seriously you need experience. So let us also appreciate that. Now coming back to the question that I was being asked, that the young person asked. Please remind me again.
I think you've actually addressed, but the issue was, I think it was the issue of the young people not being in some of these offices, which I think you...
Now, yeah, so we are doing that through succession management, through internships, so be on lookout so that you can also get that opportunity. We are also encouraging young people to volunteer, because when you volunteer, you get an opportunity to acquire skills and even to polish your leadership skills. We are also encouraging young people to join the National Youth Service. That's also a government program where young people can actually be equipped with skills. So what I can advise you is that visit our youth offices. I said that in where there is a DC, the former DC, they are now called assistant county officers. Where there is a DC office, or that office, if you go there and you seriously want to meet the youth development officer for that sub-county, you will meet her or him, and you'll get all the information on how you can access government opportunities. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Cosma, I'll give you the opportunity to have the last word on this, then we'll call it a day.
Thank you. I'll just quickly comment on the different questions that were asked. I think the lady who was asking, how do you help us join? How do you walk through us? I really think that's not the kind of question I expect from this audience, because all the information is out there online. I mean, guys, there's websites, there's, this is public. I just quoted the Access to Information Act. You're asking us how we should give you information? I mean, really? No, I'm sorry, but I think this information, you guys were born at the wrong time. You cannot be asking people, I was not taught. I could say I was not taught. You guys, have you ever heard of something called the internet? And you're saying I was not taught? Go out and learn for yourselves. That is a question, an excuse your generation is not allowed to have. I'm sorry. Tuongee ukweli. Yeah, you are not allowed to have that excuse. I could have it. Not this generation. There is tons of information. And all the information is there. So that's that question. This other gentleman who asked, I'm doing 10 things. So first of all, multitasking, welcome to the world. That's the real world. I mean, in life, that is life. It's called, there's a technical term for it. It's called life. When you become older, it will get harder, not easier. You're a parent, you're a husband, you're a father, you're still a brother and a sister, you're a son of your parents who are aging, you need to look after them. There's what they call the sandwich generation. You're sandwiched between your children who need you and your parents who need you. Some of us are sandwiched. Yeah, we're being squeezed from all sides. You've got to work, you're involved in your church, you're involved in your community. It is called life. So we just need to find ways of multitasking, managing your tasks. But you said, I don't know my skills, and I don't know. Again, go online. Have you ever heard of free personality assessments? There's Myers-Briggs. Ever heard of Myers-Briggs? Have you heard of DISC? Have you heard of an Enneagram? These are things for free. It will tell you what your personality is. It will tell you which careers to pursue, which to avoid. It is for free, my friends. And you're busy updating your status on Facebook. And then, I think sometimes we give excuses that should not be allowed. Now, the other gentleman who says that if you are a president, what would you want? I would like to ask, you as a citizen, because you're the citizen who elects the president, what do you want? Come up with the agenda and everything that we've learned today about organization, registration of the public participation. Go and Google social accountability. Put those two words in on your Google before you sleep and read. Social accountability, another term, citizen scorecard and community scorecard. Find out how to do that for your own community. And no MP, no MCA will get away with murder in your whatever. That if you apply just those things alone and see all the steps are online, I don't need to tell you. And then you now mobilize, how we've just said, then determine the president you want. And if he doesn't do what you want, through again what we've learned here, you know how to participate and how to, like my friend, the history professor, make sure that he does what you want. That is what we need to do. And then I think there's a final question about the skills and what skills. I just want to say in closing, it is your job to continually learn. And there are three buckets in which if you want to grow and become a leader, and leadership and wisdom, my friends, is not about age. There are people who grow old but never grow up. So leadership is about wisdom. And as you know from the good book, it is the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. It is skill in right living. It's not about gray hairs. 3 buckets. Bucket number 1. You must have hard skills. Hard skills are the technical skills. So you've gone to school, you've got a degree, you're an accountant, you know procurement, you know engineering, you know architecture, you know public policy, hard skills. Number 2, you must have soft skills. The soft skills are the relational skills. These are the things like knowing how to have what you call emotional intelligence, knowing how to establish trust, knowing that you engage with people relationally and not just transactionally. You see, these are the, knowing team building, working collegially as a group, not just making unilateral decisions, bringing people in, drawing them into the discussion. Those are the relational skills, which are called soft skills. Actually even more important than technical skills. The surveys will tell you that only 30% of a senior manager's success is technical, what you learned in school. 70% depends on how well you get along with people. So your relational skills are very important. I don't even think they should be called soft. They're actually strategic skills because they're even more important than hard skills. Number 3, you must have character skills. And these are foundational values. These are foundational values such as diligence and hard work, sticking with a problem until you resolve it, looking at the glass as half full rather than half empty. In other words, you've got a positive mindset and a positive orientation, a can-do spirit, never giving up. Somebody who is always inquisitive and looking for more information, getting up early and sleeping after you've solved the problem. A problem solver rather than come to your boss with a solution rather than the problem. Those are character skills. Ethics, your integrity, things that you will not do even if people pay you any money because of who you are. A foundational character skill is vision. What is your purpose? Where are you heading? Are you possessed by your possessions? You guys will grow up and you'll get money. Are you possessed by your possessions? Is your net worth your self-worth? You must be more than the balance in your bank account. Those are character skills. You cannot be bought for money. Where are you headed? That purpose, that vision, those character skills of ethics, of diligence, of sticking with it, and so on. Grit and determination, resilience. COVID has all taught us resilience. You must know how to bounce back after a setback. Otherwise, resilience, life is not just a steady path. There are ups and downs. Milima na mabonde. So when there's a mabonde, when there's a depression, what do you do? Do you give up? So resilience and fighting spirit, those are the character skills. So those are the skills you need, and you'll be a leader way before your time. Hard skills, relational skills, and character skills. And I just want to end with one quote. This is from a man who you all know who has Kenyan roots and did a lot of work during his time. He said, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we seek. And that is from President Barack Obama. Thank you.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate the panel with a standing ovation. Let's appreciate them with a huge clap. Thank you, Dr. Wachira. Thank you, Nancy Gathegi. Thank you, Cosma. That has been an amazing discussion. You may have your seats down the stage. Asanteni sana. Guys, have we had a good day? Have you guys learned something? I just want to hear popcorn feedback from, what you've learned today. Just shout it out. What have you learned? Just one thing. Resilience, Lead now, At what? I can't hear you guys. There's something that is trying to come out, but I can't hear it so well. Participation, Passion. Leading yourself. Discipline, Wake up early, 5 a.m. club. Excellent. Thank you. You guys have been amazing, amazing students and participants. And so before I call up to stage Rev Steve to give us the closing remarks, I just want to share a couple of announcements with us. So we are giving certificates for all of you who attended today. So they'll be issued behind the sound container, which is right outside the tent. So please pick your certificate there after this. Then those guys who came through the employable program, kindly meet Jane of Light of the World at the overflow tent. So she'll give you your certificates there. And also ZTech students who are just next neighbors to us, please know that your certificates will be delivered to your school, to your dean. So please note that you're not going to give you your certificates today. Apart from that, George has said, in case you need to get in touch with him, his email is george@optiven.co.ke. So please, they have job opportunities. You've heard what he shared here. If you want to be part of his influencers, or you want kibarua kidogo ulipo pesa inaweza kusukuma so that you don't do reverse calls, please, george@optiven.co.ke. There is another gentleman who walked up to me and said he has 3 employment opportunities. And so if you're looking for a sales job or you're able to do a sales job, just send your CV to this email, Esteria. Let me spell that, Vesteria. Vesteria.investment, INVESTE. Note that there's an E between the T and the M, investment@gmail.com. So please send your
Yes, let me repeat that. Vesteria, VESTERIA.investment. And there's an E between the T and the E at gmail.com. So just send your CV there and he'll get in touch with you. Excellent. Rev, I want to call you upstage to just share with us the next steps after the summit and just maybe lead us in a prayer of closing. And by the way, let me mention before Pasi comes in, please don't be in a hurry to leave. If you're rushing somewhere, well and good, but just take time to just interact with somebody, get to share some nuggets you've learned, and then we can continue sharing in that way. But apologies for extending by around, actually, 45 minutes. Apologies, but I believe it was good content, and sorry about that, and we hope to keep time next time. Thank you for being amazing. Asanteni.
Check. There we go. Guys, just before you, whatever it is that we are doing, can you help me appreciate everyone, every of our speakers or our panel members who has been involved today, with a good hand clap. For making the time, for preparing, for not knowing what these guys will throw as questions to you. I've been in a seminar before where I told guys you can ask me anything, and one of them asked me, how much do you earn? You have registered, yes? Did everyone give their email? And everyone gave their right phone number? Okay. It starts with integrity, okay? You go into a building, they ask you for the right phone number. I worked as a security guard for a while, and I realized why it is that I worked as a watchie, if that's what you want me to say. And I realized the reason they ask for the accurate details is sometimes if you're caught in a building with something, like let's say a fire or something wrong happened, they need to know who was there, right? They need to know who was there. And so I kind of now stopped the habit of going and giving my mother's number or, your ex's number so that anapigiwa or landlord, that kind of thing. Stop it. Anyway, if you gave your number and if you gave your email, what we want to do is for the next few months, we're going to be having on a monthly basis a Zoom meeting or a training that is going to give us more skills into what we talked about. Okay? So we're going to talk a bit more about leading self. We're going to talk a bit more about leading teams, about impacting country, organizations, whatever it is that we are doing. And we're going to have different speakers who come on a monthly basis. So if you gave us your right thing and you want us to continue doing this together, we're going to do that. And then I think we said, I'm trying to look for my people, I can't see them. But I think we said we are going to also try and gather you physically 2 more times, not as a summit, but 2 more times so that we can be able to draw and say, what is it that we learned and what is it that we are learning as we continue. We don't want this to be an end. So that at some point, we can say, even if it's some form of graduation, we can say, by the way, we have walked through something that we have learned, and now we are becoming the change agents that we are supposed to become. We are becoming daring, we are being bold, we are leading now. I love what Cosma has said. You cannot, there are some things you cannot fail to know. I mean, get that knowledge so that by the time we are meeting next time, you can say, I've moved from here to here. We've been learning in church that knowledge is important, but it's the application of knowledge that will change the trajectory of your life. Apply it, it will help you in a lot of things that you're doing. And so that's what we desire to do moving forward. So in case you did not give your right name, or you did not give your right number, or you did not give your right email, so that we keep you informed, kindly make sure that the guys who are helping us with registration have the right details about you. Sawa sawa? I want us to pray. So I want to ask us to stand up so that we can get to pray together, even as we give God thanks for this day that He has given us. Even those who have been following us online, asanteni sana for being together with us through the day. I don't want to do the closing prayer. I want to ask Pastor Getao to come and do, Reverend Getao Moshogia, our leader in our church in Thika, to come and do the closing prayer for us. Not to ongoze hata, and now may the grace. I am.
Shall we pray? Our Father and our Lord, we once again come before you this evening. We bless your name and we worship you, for indeed you've been gracious and good to us as your people and as your children. We thank you for the opportunity of getting to gather us today and the people that have indeed given of their time and skills to be able to put this gathering together. We thank you, Lord, and we honor your name. We thank you because you predestined our being before the foundation of heavens and the earth. And as these young people, young leaders, go and lead now, we pray that, Lord, you will go before them. You will give them the courage that they need. Above everything, we pray that you will help them to really work on their character so that, Lord, they may be men and women of integrity. So that as they lead today and tomorrow, that, Lord, there will be people who can be counted, people who can be trusted, honest people, people who will do that which they say they will do. We thank you, Lord, and we honor your holy name. We pray for all the speakers that have given of their time and skills today. May you bless them. May you refill them. That when they are called again, may they have something to go and share to the glory and honor of your name. Our prayer is that, Lord, you will help us not to just hear this, but be quick to activate and do that which you've been challenged to do, all to the glory and honor of your name. We thank you and we bless your name. And now, God's people, as you go, I pray that the Lord may answer you wherever you are in distress. May the name of the God of Jacob protect you. May God send you help from the sanctuary and grant you support from Zion. May God remember all your sacrifices and accept your burnt offerings. May God give you the desire of your heart and make all your plans succeed. May we shout for joy over your victory and lift up our banners in the name of our God and our Savior. And now may the grace and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. God bless you.